60% off, free UPS shipping from Michigan, and a free protection bag. Add code RADIO and get an extra 5% off.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 12th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in in-demand fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills and credentials you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Alex Gold, and since I'm the single guy here at the station, yeah, I know.
Wow, how surprising.
They're having me read this promo about Instagram. You probably didn't even know we had an Instagram, right?
Hello, Instagram followers.
But now you do. So do me a favor and go follow us at TheFan965. Win tickets, get behind-the-scenes content from the station. Plus, watch videos like Chiefs Take Tuesday and Best Bets on Sundays.
100%.
You're listening to your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
The Missouri Army National Guard can help you get the education you need to land the career you've always wanted. The Guard will pay up to 100% of your tuition for up to 39 credit hours per academic year at 90 colleges and tech schools across the state. You're eligible as soon as you enlist. Learn more about the many benefits that come with serving part-time in the Missouri Army National Guard. Visit nationalguard.com today. Sponsored by the Missouri Army National Guard, aired by the Missouri Broadcasters Association and this station.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey guys, it's C-Dot here to remind you to download the Odyssey app so you can listen to 96.5 wherever you are straight from your phone. You have the option to listen live, listen on demand throughout the day at your convenience, or you can listen to any of our original podcasts like Character Concerns and 249 Miles of College Football. Plus, if you're in Kansas City, you can listen to the play-by-play of the Chiefs game with Mitch Holtis, Danny Hughes, and our guy Kling. Download the free Odyssey app today and follow 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
To the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football. KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
marching along on a Wednesday. You know what Wednesday means.
That's right.
Max Pack, Bob's Bottom Feeders, Jay Binkley.
Oh, Binkley's ready to go, brother. It's been a couple of weeks since we talked to Jay.
And if you're a college football hater, I got some bad news because there's a big one tomorrow night. Tell me why.
Semifinal.
Tell me why I want Notre Dame. Text line, tell me why I want Notre Dame.
Why do you want Notre Dame?
Because Mr. Franklin is going to run out of juice. I keep telling myself Notre Dame's going to win this game, and I don't know why. Because
do you not like James Franklin?
I don't have an opinion.
Okay. If you don't, that's fine.
But I
don't
just
care.
know that his narrative is always like he can't beat the big team.
Right.
So who's he beaten so far? Indiana.
Right.
And then they just beat SMU.
Right.
Are those?
No, they're not big teams.
Are those?
No.
Indiana got beat by Notre Dame. I forget who they beat in the first round. They beat SMU in the first round. Second round, they beat a team with a bye.
Oh, yeah, they beat Boise State. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm okay, right?
That was a good game.
Good game, but the
score doesn't show that.
He hasn't beaten Ohio State.
Right.
Hasn't beaten Oregon, I don't believe. His biggest complaint is that he can't win the big one. Boise State.
We say that about Ryan Day, too. Like, what coach don't we say that about?
He can't beat Michigan.
That is the big one, brother. That is the big one.
Like, this guy can't beat any of them.
But Ryan Day could win a national championship this year, right? Which I think they're the best team left, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a biased Buckeye or anything like that. But, Mac, you're more of a college football guy. Binkley is. We'll ask him as well. I think Ohio State's the best of the four left in the dance.
I'm riding Texas.
You like Texas, don't you?
I'm okay with that.
See, the Ohio State-Texas game is going to be money on Friday night. It is. No, that's
why it's Friday night.
Right. Yeah, because nobody cares about
Thursday night, Texas, Ohio State. Like, what are we doing?
We have something to do on Thursday night for my wife, and I'm like, Thursday night. Oh man, that's going to be Texas. Oh, Texas, Ohio State Friday. Good. We're good to go. I don't need to see the Golden Domers take on the Penn State Nittany Lion. No, I do. I kid.
And
but
isn't this like typical? Like, and maybe I'm in the simulation world, and I just feel like Notre Dame, in the first year they expand the playoffs, not only do they get a home game under the lights against Indiana,
which was cool.
Yeah, except they played a D2 school.
Yeah. But hang on a second.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I'm just going to jump in. Like, can we continue to say that with NIL and the way that the landscape is changing? Because we are going to see some, like BYU paid some basketball player like $8 million a year, if I'm not mistaken, right? BYU paid that kid $8 million a year. So are we going to see that landscape change where you have your traditional powers, but then some money bags like SMU decides to scratch a check?
SMU is one of those schools where they got, Clark Hunt's got money that can go to that school.
There's more money. There's more money at SMU
he's
than
maybe.
He's like in the lower middle class of SMU grads.
He's like cheerleading programs, soccer program, my son played, my daughters, whatever. And then it's like there's guys above you that are from Texas and all that. So
there are guys that have more money in their pocket right now than the Hunt family has in their life.
There's more people that have money on Locke Lloyd than Patrick Mahomes, believe it or not.
No doubt.
There's some Cerner dudes or Oracle, wherever they are, they're camped out up there on a whole 8.
God, yeah.
But no, I think, okay, so here's the Indiana thing. Where they're helped out is portal.
Yeah, sure.
Because like that guy went from, I forget what school.
James Madison, I want to say.
And then he went to Indiana, brought everybody with him.
Right.
Deion Sanders, right? He went from Jackson State to Colorado, brought everybody with him. But also NIL helped him out too.
Absolutely.
With Notre Dame, though, like they got a home game against Indiana. Indiana's 2 losses this year, Ohio State and Notre Dame. Come on.
Yeah, no, it's a good year for Indiana. Hell of a year.
Yeah. And so then Notre Dame, who I put in the same classification because I have a lot of sports hate, Notre Dame's in the same classification as the Dallas Cowboys, the Texas Longhorns, Oklahoma Sooners.
Haven't done anything. Notre Dame hasn't won since Rocket Ishmael was there, right?
And so it irritates me, and so I tell myself, like, this is exactly what's going to happen as I turn into Bob Fescoe. Like, they want Notre Dame, and then they don't care over here. Like,
Texas, Ohio State,
This is a yes, whoever. Like, right? Like, okay, if Ohio State loses, you got a story in Ryan Day. If Texas loses, okay, they're still not that team yet, even though they showed promise, even though they, whatever. And then you get that team against Notre Dame in the national championship. Last time I think Notre Dame was in the national championship, it was a roast. It was like 42-0 at halftime with Alabama rolling over them. And Manti Te'o's story.
That's
of the whole,
right.
Oh, it was terrible.
That was the last time. That's a decade ago.
Look up the box score. It was like 35-0 at halftime.
Yeah, I remember that because the Manti Te'o stuff was the lead story for all of that, right?
100%.
And he got catfished in that game.
Was that Manziel's year that he won the Heisman? He went over.
No, that was 2014 or 15 that Manziel won the Heisman, right? No, it's about the same time. You're getting to that age, Dusty, where it all blends together now.
Yeah,
you don't know.
Yeah, I think Manziel won it in 2012, so that was 2013.
Oh, he won it in 2012?
Oh, yeah. I think that was his freshman year,
So 2013 is when he won it? Sounds about right.
Alabama beat Brian Kelly and Notre Dame 42-14.
Yeah, Brian Kelly sucks,
and do you have the
too.
box score? Because when did they get those 14?
It was 28-0 at halftime.
Yeah.
They got 14 in the fourth quarter.
Brian Kelly's one of the biggest fraud coaches out there.
Grifter.
Yeah, that guy. I mean, like when you fake an accent to try to fit in somewhere, my family. Come on, dude. You're from New Hampshire.
They did that corny little gun shoot with the rotating camera. It's like that dude transferred.
That was really bad. But I will say this: Notre Dame is a money school. People will watch Notre Dame, right? Like no matter if you love them or you hate them, they're a team you're going to
the
watch.
National championship? Georgia? Is it in the Mercedes-Benz?
I think I saw it was in Atlanta.
Okay, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, so either Ohio State or Texas down there.
Which that game's in the Jerry Dome, right?
That's at the Jerry Dome. Ohio State, Texas.
Bevo's first game in 6 weeks.
Who do you think has more fans, Ohio State or Texas at this game?
I know you're going to hate me saying this. 60-40 of Texas.
You think it's that close
Red
to the split?
will stick out because Red does. But it'll be 60-40 Texas.
And Red will be louder. Red will be louder than the Texas fans. Because again, the Texas fans, as we know, they're wine and cheese fans. They wear loafers with no socks and khakis and button-down shirts and stickers. I'm not describing the Kansas fan. I'm describing the Texas fan.
I didn't always drive a Lexus until I got older and rich. All right.
He'll
be there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He'll be there, right? Yeah, he'll be there. Of course he will. He should be there. What else has he got to do?
Bigger mascot for Texas, Bevo or McConaughey?
I've got a friend that's a Texas fan, and he says McConaughey has chased him away from loving that university.
Oh, that's
I'm like, okay, all right. No, but it gets to that point where you're just like, all right, enough of Matthew McConaughey. We forget why we're here, and he has nothing to do with the team or anything like that. But he's become the spokesperson for the team. I'm like, all right, you're just a little bitter about that one, but I get it. I understand if you're a fan, but you know what? Nobody's like that with Taylor Swift. So Matthew McConaughey must really get in the way. Well, Chiefs fans, you think?
I bet there's a couple dads.
Oh, I'm
that
sure
are like,
are,
damn it, I wish they'd get back to the reality of the game, which is Mahomes and Kelsey.
That's right. That was a really, really, really good Dungy impersonation.
Thank you.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
One more thing on the college note. Marcus Freeman can be an NFL head coach someday. And that's a guy that I would put on my list as a possible.
You're jumping on this too? Because a lot of people say he should be getting interviews this year.
I'm not ready to say this year, but that guy's a leader. You can just see in certain individuals whether or not they can lead. And I watch Marcus Freeman. I believe that guy is a leader. And I think he would be a guy that I would absolutely 100% talk to.
I would like a little bit more of a resume.
No, I'm not saying now. Yeah. But look at some of these guys that are getting interviews for these jobs.
I thought Briscoe made a really good point yesterday where he's like, we don't know who the coaches are. Like nobody was, and maybe we're not all Mac, but like nobody was sitting on their couch like 3 years ago and be like, dude, somebody needs to hire this Kevin O'Connell guy.
Right.
Somebody needs to hire this Matt LaFleur guy.
Yeah.
Nobody was doing that. Like, but what we're all doing is everybody needs to hire this Ben Johnson guy.
Which I'm totally
against. Ben Johnson's going, I don't want to go to that team.
Yeah, Ben Johnson. I hate to tell you, you probably have peaked at offensive coordinator, man, and I think he understands that, and that's why he hasn't taken a job. No, I think Ben Johnson has peaked as the offensive coordinator. No, I'm not saying he's peaked like at that. I'm saying his
popularity,
his ceiling. His ceiling is an offensive coordinator. He's not a head coach. I will just say that right now.
Damn.
Ben Johnson will be a failure if he gets a head coaching job.
Wow.
The fact that he hasn't been hired yet. And there are reports that are out there that are saying that he doesn't do well in interviews.
That's fair.
I mean, here we are again going around the cycle. This is now cycle 3 for this guy, right?
The reports I've seen is that he's just like really picky. Like he's just like, I want the best situation because
you're not getting a job.
Well, he will eventually when he likes the one that is presented to him that he actually like. We'll get into it later because I think Chicago's a great job for him because it could set up the rest of his life.
But I don't think he's great for Chicago.
That's fair. I don't really know his personality, so I don't really know like where he stands. But you want to talk a little scam?
Yeah, we can get into that. That's you ain't the only one, so you're not alone. Just so you know,
this will go a little long. Sorry, boss. For those of you that if you've ever wanted to get at me and call me an idiot, this is your chance. But yesterday I had a eye opening of reality. So I'm going to try to condense this story because it was an all day event yesterday, and I was scammed. I was.
You aren't the only one.
I was scammed by a fraudulent company, and I feel terrible. But I'm going to make this story make it feel right. So yesterday after the show, so long story short, Friday night, my Facebook, which was logged out, I think it's dead and gone. I think
Good. That's what happened to me. They said, did you give permission for this person to access it? I said, no, gone.
I think my Facebook's gone.
January 2020. Couldn't happen at a better time.
I don't think I need it anymore.
You don't.
So I couldn't log in. And normally on my iPhone, like a lot of you that are listening, 913-586-7965, Max for this story, so he's bored already. I just normally click on my profile picture and it opens up. Friday night, randomly, it's like enter password. I'm like, dude, I signed up for Facebook when I was 18. I don't remember the password, and I know that the email for it was like my high school email that's no longer existing. So I'm like, okay, what do I do?
And there's nobody to call, by the way.
Yeah, just wait. And so Friday night, I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, I'm enjoying the W cocktails too much. Back in my pocket, I'll figure it out Saturday. Saturday, I try to do the same thing. I'm like, all right, I need a second device to open it up from. I'm like, I'm not going to use my laptop. I'll wait till I go to the studio on Monday. It snowed out Monday, so I don't do it Monday. Tuesday after the show, we did a wonderful interview that's on our webpage with the home show with all that sort of stuff that you can listen to about barbecue. It's great. And then
Fergalicious Barbecue.
Richard Fergarella.
Mm-hmm.
And we do this. And then afterwards, I'm like, okay, I got some time to kill. You guys had left. And I'm like, I'm going to try to figure this out. So I do all this research. I'm like, type it in. I can't find my password. I can't get my login. How do I fix this? And Google's like sending me on these links. And I'm like, okay, this one looks good. So I call it. Company answers, hey, what seems to be the problem? Can't get into my Facebook. I don't have my password. My email that I use is long gone. I don't even use it anymore. It's like, okay, what's the number that you have signed up with your Facebook? I'm like, well, the number that I used is when I was 18. I no longer have that number, yada, yada, yada. So then, red flag that I didn't see, he's like, I need you to download this app. So that app was a way for him to be able to walk me through step by step. About 30 minutes in this conversation, we're no longer talking about Facebook. And over the time of this 45 to an hour conversation.
Oh, my God.
$1,200 gone. Gone. I opened my bank account. It's like, not my savings and all that, but just my one checking account, gone. So I'm like, dude, I just got scammed. So I go to the bank and I'm like, hey, here's the deal. Here's what happened. She's like, well, unfortunately, this happens a lot.
Yeah, it does.
She's like, and since it wasn't necessarily stolen, I don't think they're going to be able to reimburse you.
Right.
So I'm like, are you kidding me? I was like, so I just lost $1,200. She's like, yeah. She's like, but what I will tell you is you need to go to your cell phone provider and have them clean it. And I was like, okay. So I go to T-Mobile in Lee Summit. Go to T-Mobile, and I'm like, hey, here's the story. The lady that, helps me out, Nay, shout out, great person. And she's like, so what happened? I was like, well, I couldn't get into my Facebook. And she starts going like, oh no, she's heard it before. And I was like, they had me download this app. She goes, that same company got my mom. She goes, you need to go to the Apple store.
What's the app that they told you to download? Because we need to know that app for our listeners. We need to know if somebody tells you to download this app.
Yeah, I can
do
tell you.
not download this app.
It was called Host Desk or something like that.
Okay.
I think I still have it from whenever, because you can't get rid of what you've downloaded.
Right.
But it is called Help Desk Host.
Okay, Help Desk Host. Do not download that app.
Help Desk is one word. Host is the second word. Do not download that app.
Help Desk
Host.
H-O-S-T.
H-O-S-T.
Okay.
So
I got to tell my parents.
No, please, because that's who they really attack.
Because we were talking last night. I told my mother what had happened to you. She's crying. Oh, my
sure,
God. She's very
terrible.
upset with, oh, my God, is Dusty going to be okay? I don't know.
We are going to start a GoFundMe.
I'm kidding.
We'll get to the end of the story.
But no, we're not going to do that. But we got scammed from our bank. Yeah. They called from a number that represented Bank of America, took $3,000 out of our account. So you're not alone. They do this. You're hasty on the phone. It's why I don't answer the phone and I have that spam blocker on. I'm not taking any phone calls.
So then I go to T-Mobile. She's like, you need to go to the Apple store in either Leawood or the Plaza. And I'm like, okay, I know where the Apple store is, 119th and Row. So I just get right back on 470, boom, I'm there for whatever. So I go to the Apple store and the guy's like, what's the deal? And I was like, well, I downloaded this app. And he goes, hey, I'm going to tell you right now, anytime I'm telling you guys this on the air, anytime somebody tells you to download an app over the phone, hang it up immediately. Do not. Okay. He goes, we don't even do that on our Apple stuff. We do not. He goes, where we get scammed is people get told to go buy gift cards. Like they'll be like, go buy $500 in CVS gift cards and then send that's a big one.
The gift card scam that people
and
are
he's
running.
Like,
oh my God.
Oh yeah, he said that's a big one. He goes, this is another one. So then I'm like, all right, I go, well, everything will be backed up on the cloud. You know, I didn't have Mac's number. I didn't have a few guys here's number, so I had to get those again. But I got almost all my photos back, which was huge.
Yeah, that's big. That's what you want.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted most of all. And so then I'm like, okay, what do I do? So I call my stepdad. I'm like, hey, man, the bank said they can't reimburse me. They said it's gone. He goes, why don't you call the number on the back of your card? And this is where the story starts to get better. So I call that number, and I talk to somebody at Commerce Bank, this sweet old lady. And she's like, what's your story, young man? I was like, well, here's what happened. Everything I just told you. And she's like, oh, sir, I'm going to transfer you to security. You sound like you've been frauded. All this stuff. And I'm like, yeah. She's like, you've been scammed. And we need to get you on another level. And I was like, yes, ma'am, thank you. She's like, well, thank you. And I hope it all works out. So the other lady picks up the phone, and she's a sweet lady. And she's like, hey, how are you doing today? Thanks for, calling our bank, whatever. And I'm like, yeah. She's like, so what happened? I told her the story. She goes, oh, man. She goes, you know what? You didn't do that on your own. She goes, that was a fraudulent company. That was someone imposing as a Facebook employee that was trying to work you out, that got into your account, that screen monitored your phone. We're going to reimburse you all $1,200 that was stolen.
Oh, thank God.
Melted. And I told her, and this is all in this story. I told her, I said, you know what's funny? I said, do you live in Kansas City? She goes, I do. So we do a radio show on 96.5 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m. Maybe too much information. And I said, you know, at the end of our show every day, I say, do nice things for people because you never know. It could change your day, month, week, or year. And I said, you are a perfect example of that because you could have told me, sorry, you gave me your information. You let it happen. You're the idiot that didn't hang up the phone. But she goes, you know what? It's the new year. You were kind. You were polite. You were generous. And I know that bills are due because it's the first of the month. I'm going to reimburse you 7 to 10 business days. We'll get you a new card. And I'm going to go through and clear out all the footsteps so they'll never be able to track you again.
Oh, that's awesome.
Have a great day.
Who's the bank?
Commerce Bank.
Yeah, give them a shout out.
So shout out to Commerce Bank.
It makes you want to move your money to Commerce Bank because of the way that they handled that situation.
Yeah, so great people do good things for people that don't. I didn't deserve that. I got scammed. I couldn't hang up the phone. I knew multiple times. Like in my head, I'm like, why is this happening? I was like, after 35 minutes, like, why are we not talking about Facebook?
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure my Facebook is dead and gone.
Which is fine. You're going to be better for it.
Still
I
got
promise
the
you.
Insta where I can do all my things, but it was a tough day yesterday, and I don't wish this upon my worst enemy.
It's terrible.
I don't wish this upon not even Cody Tapp. Or the video I'm kidding. I love Cody. The video we were talking about the other day where the girl gets out of her car and it's out of control. Yeah. That's how I felt yesterday. I had no control. My phone was dropping calls. They had me, man.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
And it's like, and the worst part about it is I might have lost 17 numbers.
Yeah.
But luckily for the wonderful woman at Commerce Bank, she said we're going to reimburse you.
Yeah, and people could sit around and say all they want and whatnot, but you need to put the spam filter on your phone.
Yep.
And
change all my passwords.
Change all of that stuff. But I'm telling you, the spam filter on your phone that the iPhone provides, if the person's name is not in your phone is not going to ring. My dad calls me last night. He goes, I got a call from an 816 number. I'm like, okay. I said, see, and this is the problem. These people, in their 70s. Are you? I'm an 816.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but they're in their 70s, right? And
that's who they like to attack.
I know they do. And so we had a conversation last night. I said, I will never call you and ask for money. You will never call me and ask for money. And then my mom's like, well, we need to come up with a password in case something does happen. I'm like, so Jen and I are talking about it. We're like, well, how do we get them the password that we're going to use? She goes, well, we're going to have to do it in person. We cannot do it over text. You can't do it over the phone, email. Everything is monitored.
Yeah. So be careful out there. Take care of each other. And again, always do nice things for people because you just honestly never know what it can do. I almost collapsed. I almost cried. I'm dead serious.
You should have cried because that person didn't have to do that because, when we got scammed out of that money, we didn't get it back.
No. And that's $3,000.
Yeah.
I mean, not $1,200. Like, whatever.
But it's still money that you need.
Oh, yeah. I mean, rent's due Friday.
Right, exactly. Like, you need that cash. Yeah. It's not a joke. I almost... These people that are doing that are scum of the earth. Yeah. They should rot in hell. They really should rot in hell.
My stepdad goes, there's a movie called Beekeeper. Go watch it. So now I'm looking out for that movie. Mac, I'm sorry for going too long. Bob as well. I'm apologizing. So we'll get back on the other side. We'll talk about the rest of sports. I'm done with my story. Be nice. Be kind. Enjoy life. We'll be right back on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City Sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens. Stop me if you've heard this before. New year, new me. Yeah, well, we've heard that before, but hey, it's not just about you. It's about the relationship that you're in to try to, keep that steady relationship going. Add some more to it. Get that extra spark. Have that more energy. So if you're having these sort of issues or you're having these questions in your head, let me give you the answer. It's simply Heartland Men's Health. The treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Schedule a visit with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with the licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They, again, have 3 locations that can serve you. Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So, fellas, get ahead of the curve. Get started before the new year and go see my friends at Heartland Men's Health or call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
It's playoffs time, KC. Rally House has the Chiefs gear you're looking for, including Chiefs official postseason gear and the latest styles fit for the kingdom.
Kansas, Missouri, Kansas State, Chiefs and Royals make KC great. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with an unforgettable roast this holiday season or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by Shamrock Roofing and Construction. ShamrockRoofer.com.
Hey folks, it's Karen from Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Thank you for making Shamrock Roofing one of the top 30 roofing companies in the nation. We're family owned and ready to help you with your roof today. Inspect, repair, replace. One call does it all at Shamrock Roofing. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side, 435 southbound crossing the river. An accident on the bridge has you down to one lane, just the left lane open right now. Delays stretch back to 210 and building. Kansas side, 35 northbound moves well from Olathe into downtown. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Diving right back into it, Sports Talk. I promise for the one Richard on the text line. Sports Talk Radio. Let's have a little heart today, man. Let's be a little nice to people, buddy. If you don't like it, try to be nice. Speaking of being nice, we'll be joined by Ben Maller tomorrow,
right.
Even though all of the stuff that's going on in California.
It's amazing. I was talking to Ben early this morning about what's going on in California, and if you haven't, seen what was going on, and Dusty didn't because he was dealing with all this other stuff the other day. Mac, are you aware of what's going on? No, you were worried about the third-string quarterback for Tennessee yesterday, right? I heard he's getting an NIL deal.
Let me send you a direct message, Mac, on X. It's not from Host Table.
Yep.
Of a scene from somebody's kitchen who's abandoned their home.
Help desk host was the bad
help
habit.
desk. Never forget that.
Yeah, help desk host. Never download that.
So
app.
Mac, you've been DM'd, not in a weird, sexy way, but this is somebody's house from their kitchen's point of view. What's going on in California?
Yeah, it
looks like Terminator 2.
Yeah, the wildfires out there in California are bad. So I was talking to, like I said, Ben this morning. I'm like, okay, he's on the air. Maybe everything's going to be okay. I'm like, how you doing? He's like, we're all right now. He says this one's a little bit different than the other wildfires because I guess there's like 100-mile-an-hour winds going on out there now for the next couple of days. So they can't get the helicopters and planes in the air that carry the water to put out the fire. So these for the next 48 hours are going to spread. His wife works in law enforcement out there in California. She's stuck at the police station.
Jeez.
All hands on deck, so she can't come home right now. And so he thinks they're going to be okay. Got a video of his dog that he sent me that's going through it right now because of the wildfires going on. So it's not just the people, it's the pets, it's everything. Like this situation in California right now, I think it's one of the scariest I've ever seen. And a lot of people out there are numb to this kind of stuff. But the fires are just insane right now. So keep the folks out in California, man. Keep them on top of mind today because they're dealing with a lot out there. Like, what do you do, Dust? Like, you got this fire just burning down your house. You've lost everything.
And you can't leave.
And you're not going. You
some
leave.
people do. I mean, I would abandon.
You have to. You ain't gonna stand there and burn. I mean,
You're back in Grain Valley.
Yeah, I mean, like,
where am I?
like, I don't know. Like, I couldn't imagine watching your whole house just burn like that. There's nothing you can do about it, man. It's bad. Yeah. So we'll talk to Ben more about it tomorrow.
Yeah. Long story short, Ben will still join the show tomorrow at 7:15. So sports talk, that's what people want. That's what we'll give them. Fescoe, Dusty here, and Mac as well on 96.5 The Fan. The luxury of Chiefs getting a bye week is you don't necessarily have to give yourself anxiety thinking about what they're going to do, the matchup they're going to get. We'll get into that after Saturday and Sunday, and we'll kind of figure out what's going to go on and when they're going to play. No, I don't know what day they're going to play yet, so don't ask us.
I'm guessing, and I'm going to make an educated guess. I'm going to say Sunday at 2 o'clock because the Chiefs yesterday released this new food that we're going to talk about later, and it's like a breakfast food. And I'm like, first of all, how many people in the game are going to want to eat this,
how
bread pudding? But I mean, like, it's going to be cold.
That's fine.
Like, it'll be,
You never had a cold hamburger at a tailgate and be like, this is great.
No, I'm talking about outside, fine, but I'm going in, I'm not getting like a stuffed bread pudding or whatever it was that they were showing us. So I thought immediately, okay, they're going to play the early game on Sunday because that's more of a breakfast food than it is like a.
So you're really reading into the gray.
I am.
How bored are you? But no, so like that's what we can get to talk about because even though this season hasn't ended yet, and even though they're still going on this three-peat run, there is some important conversations to be had because. Like every year, this team is dealt with something which gives you the trust in Brett Veach, and that something is roster availability and money spending. There are some massive names getting contracts in the next few years.
Oh, yeah.
There's one thing I can promise you, people, that one of these contracts is going to come up is Trent McDuffie. Now, he's still got one more year of availability until you really have to sign him. But do you want to walk that tightrope?
They wanted to sign him a year ago at this time. I'll just tell you that right now. They wanted to get a deal done a year ago at this time with Trent McDuffie.
And he was even better this year than he was the last year.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right? Like, we always go back and you think about how much money did Cincinnati lose not signing Jamar Chase last year?
How much money would the Royals have lost by not signing Bobby Witt Jr.?
That was my next point.
I mean, that's going to look at
$1 million or $100 million. I don't know.
I mean, could you imagine having negotiations with Bobby Witt this year, coming off an MVP season?
No, it would have been the Patrick Mahomes thing, where he just sat in the room and was like, "All right, where do you guys want to start talking? 35, 40, 41, whatever it is."
Right. Yeah. Right.
And obviously, he'll get paid more eventually one day. You think
Bobby or Pat?
Both.
Both.
Both. Yeah. You think that's the last contract Bobby's getting? You are wrong.
Let me ask you this, and I want an honest answer from both of you guys. Just playing money, who makes more, Bobby Witt or Patrick Mahomes?
Mahomes. Oh, no, Bobby.
Bobby, I think he's going to make more money just playing.
Yeah.
Just playing.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Bobby Witt's going to crush what Patrick Mahomes makes.
The obvious is that the NFL is more marketable. Like Bobby Witt Jr. is in a Community America Credit Union commercial, which,
locally.
Local.
Yeah.
With Mahomes.
I was going to say, with Mahomes.
Other than that, and then he's got the commercial here, like every Bobby, is there, you saying every Bobby or everybody? Yes.
But that's not a knock against Bobby or Patrick or anything like that. That just goes to show you, like, if you're an elite athlete, right?
What did Gronk said he only used his endorsement money, kept all his checks and just put them in the bank?
And put it all in the bank and lived up. But if you're an elite athlete, and you know that you can be good in baseball and football, you got to go the baseball route. Like Kyler Murray not going the baseball route. I don't know how good he would have been in baseball.
He got the payday.
He got like $8 million. That's it.
A freshman or sophomore in college.
But just think if Kyler Murray was just mid as a Major League Baseball player. Brent Rooker just signed a $60 million contract. Right? There is money to be had.
Gil Mesh got $55 million.
That's right,
and then gave half of it back. And everybody said, "What are you doing?" No, but I mean, there are some big contracts coming in for the Chiefs. You have Trent McDuffie, who I will tell you is 1,000% getting paid. I would almost tell you almost immediately you could buy that jersey and you'll be totally fine.
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to go into the negotiations with Trent McDuffie and say, "Give us a number." We'll it's going to be a high number for Trent McDuffie, as it should be.
I don't think he's going to get Pat Surtain Jr. money because he's Defensive Player of the Year, which Mac explained it's a weird year for that. And maybe going to get somewhere around the lines of like Sauce Gardner type money. I don't know if he's making top over Surtain.
Is Sauce even getting paid yet though? Because he's still on a rookie deal, right?
That's fair.
But Sauce Gardner has cost himself.
He's gone down. But McDuffie will make a ton of money and he'll get it.
McDuffie should be the second highest paid cornerback in the NFL behind Patrick Surtain.
He'll be a chief for his career unless he goes somewhere else, right? You have Trey Smith. That's another big name. You signing Trey Smith to a big deal?
Well,
so I feel like you have to.
Me personally, I've got a relationship with Trey Smith, so my answer is yes.
He sat in his chair.
Yeah, I want Trey here for a long time because he's an unbelievable football player. He's an unbelievable person. He's great for the community.
Went to a hell of a school.
He did. Should have been a first round. Should have been a first round draft pick.
Should have been.
Obviously, there's everybody knows the backstory with Trey Smith, and I was thinking yesterday, I'm like, I don't know that they're going to be able to sign Trey Smith. And then I see this tweet by the 33rd team, right? And it says the 10 offensive linemen played at least 500 pass blocking snaps without allowing a sack this season. Joe Thuney, Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith are the top three on that list. Wow. Those three guys, Joe Thuney played 665 pass snaps. Creed Humphrey played 665 pass snaps. Trey Smith played 665 pass snaps. Not only did the three of them combined play 665 snaps in the passing game alone, they didn't allow one sack, and they played every single play. Wow. Not only did they not allow a sack, the best ability is availability, and those three guys in the middle played every single snap for this football team. Saved this Denver game that I know you asterisked. I thought that was really funny. I didn't say it earlier, but you put an asterisk next because it is an asterisk game, right? So not only do these guys not give up a sack, combined the three of them, they played every snap this year as well. And so this Trey Smith negotiation may be the most complex, difficult, hardest negotiation that I think Brett Veach is going to have. And this is going to be the player that they're going to wrestle with the most about whether or not everybody else that
Tough guy to wrestle with.
I know. But everybody else that they've parted ways with, you could be like, oh, okay, I can see that. I could see that. This is one where if they parted ways, you say, oh, I could see that. But also one where you're saying, is that the right decision to part ways? And you may have to overpay Trey Smith, especially since Joe Thuney only has one more year left on his contract. So I think it's going to be real interesting to see how this one plays out because I do expect Trey Smith, as he should, to test the free agent market. And I just feel like there's going to be a team out there that's just going to blow the doors off the offer that the Chiefs are able to give Trey Smith. And after you three-peat this year, Trey's going to have 3 rings. Perfect. Trey, 3. See how that works?
Yes.
See where I'm going with this one? You got your 3 rings, and as any athlete will tell you, you got your rings, you need to go get the bag.
Especially for a guy who didn't get drafted as highly as he could.
And that factors in. That's a
Massive,
big
yes.
factor. He's making up for lost money,
Can
too.
I ask a dumb question? Can Trey Smith play left tackle?
Well, I don't know. That's
like maybe not yet. Get paid as a right guard, and then maybe because he seems like the prototype that would be a left tackle.
He's a big-bodied dude with long
I stood
arms,
next to him and shook his hand in St. Joe to do an interview with him, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
Like I was like, "Who is this dude?"
Yeah,
The other 3 names that I don't think will be as expensive, but it's one of those things where like Willie Gay wasn't expensive, gone, right? Like these other guys that were on this team. So you have Nick Bolton.
Is there a logical replacement for Nick Bolton right now?
Tranquil.
Chenal, Tranquil.
Okay.
And then you draft. The other thing though,
draft.
is Chenal's contract's going to come up when McDuffie's comes up, right? They're in the same draft class. And George Karlaftis.
Yeah, well, Karlaftis is another one too.
And he's kind of not, I don't know.
Past few weeks have been good for him.
You know why? Because Amenahu's been back.
So the thing is like the big contracts you have coming up on this Chiefs team as we follow this dynasty is Trey Smith, Nick Bolton, Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis, Leo Chenal. Brian Cook's in there too.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to sound like rude or mean, but I think this is probably last year to see Justin Reed.
I don't disagree
And
with
I think
that.
Brian Cook slides in, and I think Hicks slides where Brian Cooks is. And that's where your secondary goes.
And that's why I asked you.
Is that right, Mac? You think that's probably accurate?
Well, I think, just
Yeah,
read
you
the tea
too.
leaves.
Yeah,
I
Jaden
mean,
Hicks and Brian Cook are going to be your future in the secondary.
That's the way it goes with this organization. That's why I told you who's the logical backup for Nick
Watch
Bolton.
how they draft.
Right, exactly. like every year they'll draft the position, and somebody will complain about that position and not understand why they drafted that position, and then that guy becomes a starter the following year when the guy that they draft to replace. Have they drafted anybody along the offensive line to replace?
Yeah, they drafted that dude that was like a hybrid center / guard.
Like Hunter Norzad.
Yeah, that guy from like Colgate or AIM or Aqua Fresh or whatever it was. Yeah.
Tell you something about Norzad.
Norzad. Isn't that the system they use to monitor Santa during like Christmas time? The Norzad, right?
Yeah.
Right?
The
Isn't that something like that?
Bye, buddy. Hope I saw your dad. Thank you, Mr. Norzad.
Yeah, like that's the guy right there, right? So do they have a logical replacement for Trey Smith? No. I don't know that the answer is yes on that. The answer on Bolton, maybe. They clearly do with Justin Reed, at that position. But that's the way they've always been with defensive backs. I mean, that's the way it's always been, with them drafting defensive backs. But, I mean...
And someone makes a good point. Bolton is the quarterback of the defense. He's much more important than any of those other guys. I get it, but how much money is too much money?
Yeah.
And I know middle linebackers don't necessarily make a ton.
No,
right?
they don't. No, they don't.
But, I mean, their other thing, too, is who's to say that these guys don't have success this year and won a 3rd Super Bowl? And it's like,
they all want to go. I mean, we
and
could
then
see a big
time
change.
for me, what else do you need to prove?
Right.
I'm going to go back home. I know Bolton went to Mizzou, but, like, still, it's like, I don't know.
He's from Texas.
Yeah, I don't know.
And there's no state income tax down there. But that's the other thing. They get a 3-peat done, taking care of, win 3 straight championships. We're going to see a lot of changeover on this team.
I'm also very, very. I know this is way ahead of schedule, but I'm very interested in this draft class coming up. Like I'm ready to see who he drafts.
You do realize the Chiefs have the first pick of the 3rd round?
Yes, let's go. Thanks, DeAndre.
No, that's the trade for L'Jarius Sneed.
Oh, so thanks Tennessee still.
Thanks Titans.
And they don't have to give up a 4th round pick for DeAndre Hopkins. They only have to give up a 5th round pick because they limited his snaps. Genius move by Andy Reid. I mean, it's amazing. You don't need him for the regular season. Now,
it's weird how they're the best team in the last 7 years.
I know. Those are the little things that you look at that they go, "Ooh, foiled again." If you're an NFL team, right?
Beakley will join us in 5 minutes or so.
quickly, Rex Ryan's going to go interview for the Jets job, or he already has.
Yeah, baby.
I mean, it's happening.
It has to, right? It's got to.
Why not ruin your franchise even more?
Yeah,
because then guys like Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson are like, yeah, I'm good with this blowhard. This guy's so far lost. He's so far gone with his veneers and feet fetish. Like, this guy doesn't know anything about football anymore. You guys are a bunch of weak asses. Get on the field. Trade me.
Yeah.
I'm out. Like,
that doesn't work in this
you
generation.
know, I'm going to go get my quarterback. I'm going to go call Mark Sanchez because he's on the couch with Colin Cowherd every Wednesday, and he knows how to freaking play football, gentlemen.
He'll get Orlovsky. That's who he'll get, Orlovsky.
If they hire Rex Ryan, I'm like you this year with the Jets. I will sit back every week and watch it burn.
Right? It's going to be great.
I can't stand Rex Ryan because he's got all the answers. He knows everything from toenail to knuckle to veneer.
But you know what? That's the perfect fit for the Jets right now. That will rejuvenate their fan base. The fan base will go nuts. He's the last coach to lead them to the playoffs.
Right.
Yep. He's the last coach to lead the Jets have the longest playoff drought in American professional sports, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, go get Rex Ryan, a.k.a. Ron White. I wasn't fired from the NFL. I was thrown out of the NFL.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go get Tater Salad as my quarterback. Jay Binkley comes up, speaking of Tater Salad, here on 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, this Friday we're going to be going bowling, and we're going to be having a lot of fun because it is football plus bowling plus bar, and that's Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. And the cool thing about Foaling for us is that we're going to be able to bring our own food. Not just us, you guys, everybody, anyone who wants to go to Foaling can bring their own food, cater their own party, and have themselves a blast. And their world-class bar is amazing. So, third day of a snow day for a lot of folks here in Kansas City, right? You're looking for something fun to do, get those kiddos out of the house, end that cabin fever. The roads are much better. Get them over to Foaling at 435 and State Line. It's great for kids. It's great for adults. It's great for a date night, a work party. It doesn't matter. Foaling is perfect for everyone. So go check them out today at 435 and State Line and reserve a lane at foalingkc.com. That's foalingkc.com. It's football plus bar plus bowling equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. Check them out today at 435 and State Line.
Casey's has 8 new coffee roasts that have been described as having rich aromatics that entice any palate. But, we're not sure what that means, so we just call it darn good coffee. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. Get a free any-size coffee with Casey's Rewards. See Casey's Rewards for details.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Your skin tells a story. At KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, we understand that stress, time, and life can leave their mark, but it's never too late to refresh, renew, and restore your skin. With 25 expert providers across multiple locations, we make glowing skin easy. Same-week appointments? Absolutely. Select Saturday appointments available? You got it. From medical dermatology to advanced aesthetic treatments, we're here to help you look and feel your best. Schedule your appointment today at kmcpa.com. KMC Dermatology and Med Spa. Beyond the surface.
Get ready for fun in the sun with screaming deals at the KC Boat and Fishing Show. January 9th through 12th at Bartle Hall with kids free admission. Take advantage of 4 days of special show pricing on hundreds of boats plus non-stop entertainment. Go to kcmoboatshow.com for more info.
Are you in need of top quality metal for your next project? Look no further than Metal by the Foot. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast, contractor, or business owner, Metal by the Foot has the perfect solution for you. Steel, aluminum, brass, and stainless. The Foot. Blue Demon Welding Supplies, filler rods, and wire. The Foot. Bronius Professional Welding Equipment, Service and Repairs. The Foot. Located in KC and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the Foot.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without autopay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. The new year is here. Home values are up, and you have more home equity than ever. Now is the time to put that home equity to work for you. This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. Credit card balances are at an all-time high. Why pay 25 to 30% interest to them when you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call? Golden Oak's mortgage rate is 5.25%. We have no fee to apply and no out-of-pocket cost. And if you call today, you could make no payments for 2 months. But don't wait, this rate won't last forever. Imagine how good it will feel to have those bills paid off. At Golden Oak Lending, we can make that happen in as little as 14 days. And if for any reason your loan doesn't close, we will pay for your appraisal. Call today and take advantage of our 5.25 fixed rate. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
6.19 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford, online at kcmetroford.com. On the Missouri side, Northland 435 southbound, very heavy from 48th Street all the way across the bridge where an accident has only the left lane getting by. This should be avoided. At Metro Ford, family owned and operated means the same trusted faces every visit, just 10 minutes from downtown. Plus, get peace of mind with our 5-year, 200,000-mile pre-owned warranty, including roadside assistance and emergency trip interruption, only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
It's time for the College Football Report with Jay Binkley.
I'm still not sure I'm not Dusty's dad, but regardless.
On your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Diving right back into it. Also, just got done with his interview with the New York Jets, Jay Binkley.
That's right. How'd that go?
Us here. You had your interview go okay with the Jets?
It went well, but Rex Ryan was talking some crap, and so yeah.
Yeah, you like ass, and he likes feet.
A little bit the parking lot. Yeah,
you're more of an ass guy. He's more of a foot guy.
Yeah, and plus his hatred of the Chiefs. So I'm from Kansas City. So.
Yeah. Hey, do you like feet, Jay?
Okay. Not really.
Yeah. See, there you go. Meant for shoes and socks. Binkley, more trust in Notre Dame or Penn State on Thursday night?
Ooh, I'm going to have to say Notre Dame. Even though they only had 244 yards of offense against Georgia, they only threw for 90 yards. But Riley Leonard, the quarterback, just a solid quarterback, and went through for 90, but that's not who he is. He's a much better quarterback than that. Ran for 80 and dual threat quarterback. So I'm going to go Notre Dame. Penn State, I love their defense and I trust their defense. That 45 points they gave up to Oregon in the Big Ten title game would have to concern me if I'm a Penn State fan.
So you're looking at Notre Dame and Ohio State for the national championship then?
That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I think Ohio State's the best team left in the college football playoffs. And matter of fact, I don't think this is a hot take or anything. I think it's pretty much a take that people have. But I think Jeremiah Smith is better than Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh, hang on now, Jay. You're bringing that into my kitchen, brother.
No, I'm telling you right now.
I don't disagree.
Marvin Harrison Jr. as a freshman had 11 catches. This cat's got 14 touchdowns and 1,200 yards as a freshman.
Yeah.
He is a better, trust me, he is a better, I think he's better. Personally, I think he's better than Marvin Harrison Jr. I know Marvin Harrison Jr. was awesome, just flat out awesome, but Jeremiah Smith is on a different level.
See, I was watching that game, I guess last weekend it was, and I was thinking to myself, and maybe I texted you guys this, I don't know what state of mind I was in at that point, but I had the idea of, with a guy like Jeremiah Smith, if you're the Chiefs, we'll just use the Chiefs as an example right now, would you be willing to draft ahead of schedule, having to risk your first-round pick this year, but in 2 years you get the Jeremiah Smith? Basically, you're drafting the rights to that player. Would you be interested in something like that in the NFL where you could look at freshmen and draft the rights to them, but you'd have to give up your first-round pick that year?
Yeah, I don't know, man, because so many guys you think are just on a different level. Then I want to see what he backs it up. I mean, from the show me state here, show me you do it again. I think he will, and I think he's going to be a great player. But I'm always cautious doing things because you never quite know what someone's going to be like the year there, the next year after that. Like Emmanuel Igbuka from Ohio State 2 years ago. This guy was a surefire stud first rounder. He comes back to Ohio State this year. He had a great year this year, but just things change quickly.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, a team like the Chiefs that really, picking 30, 32 every year. Yeah. I would, if I'm a team like the Titans picking number one, I wouldn't do something like that. But if I'm picking, the bottom half of the first round, yeah, what the hell? I'll give up a pick for a couple of years from now. So you got Ohio State and you've got Notre Dame in the national championship game. If Ohio State wins and Ryan Day wins that championship, will they let the Michigan loss go?
I think so. He got a lot of crap for the Michigan game, obviously. There was all sorts of fire Ryan Day all across the internet. And, of course, Herb Street gets into it with the First Take people and all this. And everybody's calling for his job. Well, I haven't heard him really apologize yet. I haven't heard him say, well, if Ryan Day wins the national title, they can, take back everything they were saying about this guy. Yeah, he had a bad game against Michigan. I think they all did. The players let him down as well. But Ryan Day is the right guy for that job. He's one of the best coaches in the country. Look at his record. I mean, yes, the only losses he has is to Michigan. And they said that about Harbaugh. Can you beat Ohio State? And finally, he started doing it. I think Ryan Day eventually will start beating Michigan. But I would keep him. And the way Will Howard's playing, what he's doing, he got 319 yards and 3 touchdowns out of Will Howard last week. So they're cruising the most talent in the country. Their defense, their scoring defense is so good. It's number one in the country. Everybody looks at that offense all the time and talks about how good Ohio State is offensively. Defensively, the same thing.
Binkley, the other thing that's going on in college football is all these players are going to different schools, and a team that's in this Final Four, their backup quarterback's going to go play for a team in the SEC that plays in Columbia.
That's a good one, because here's the thing, and this is kind of a nice controversial topic in college football. It's got people really talking, like Nick Saban and all these people. Is Bo Pribula, the backup quarterback for Penn State? Yeah, you're thinking, backup quarterback. We played all the time. He plays more than backup quarterbacks do. Situationally, comes in, snaps. Matter of fact, against Wisconsin this year, the second half, he led 2 second-half touchdown drives because Drew Aller, the starter, got hurt. But he's a dual-threat guy, extremely fast, had over 245 yards rushing this year, but they used him a lot. Well, he wasn't able to go to the playoffs, and he didn't go to the college football playoffs. People are like, wait, Bo Pribula not going to the playoffs. Well, because he had to enter the transfer portal. The way these transfer portal windows are, it gave him no choice. And his head coach, James Franklin of K-State fame when he was there, said, they need to do something about it because this is not fair to the kids because they got to figure out where to go. They got to get enrolled, and if the college football playoffs keeps going on, he's not able to transfer. Drew Aller, their starting quarterback, says he's coming back next year, so he'd be a backup. Does he want to go play, get his opportunity to play college football, spend 3 years at Penn State? So it's really, really a bad deal for Penn State because the kid really, really wanted to stay at Penn State, but due to the quarterback staying in the transfer portal rules, when the transfer portal would have been closed by the time the college football playoffs were over, he had to make a decision, and, he chose the Missouri Tigers, so that's where he's going to go. But their backup quarterback, that's been a big part of what they do offensively in certain situations, not part of Penn State, and I think that hurts them.
How do they get to a point where we're not allowing the transfer portal to have an impact on the postseason in college football? Is there a way to do that? Because we know they're not going to class, so don't tell me about academics.
Yeah. I don't know, and that's what the number one thing they're working on. They expand the window out. That's the thing about it, the enrollment, when you got to enroll in school and get to school and your transfer, but they've got to figure it out because so many of these guys hit the transfer portal. I remember talking to you guys early in the season when the UNLV quarterback, he when he hit his 4 games, he's like, I'm going to go transfer. And we thought, oh, man, this is the crappiest thing I've ever seen. Well, then all of a sudden a bunch of guys did it, like 2, 3, 4 other starters or players for teams that actually played did the same thing that he did. And then we see all the guys hitting the transfer portal. But you don't really see a guy in the college football playoffs hit the transfer portal, but I understand the situation. I mean, technically you want to see a guy stay with his team because that's where it is. It'd be the hardest decision in the world not to just stay with your team. But if you want a chance to play, You know, and the coach and staff and the players all understood it, that he's got to make the best decision for himself, and he has the go just because of the rules of the transfer portal. It's stupid. That's the number one thing they need to fix.
Binkley, what was your opinion of the TGL last night?
A little boring.
A little boring.
It was. It just the presentation of it. I mean, I don't think they really showed how cool that green was. That the green would, change and go to different greens at every level. Mm-hmm. It was kind of harder to follow. I mean, watching real golf's much better, but just seeing it hit into a screen. I mean, I love the concept of it. I love these golfers, these pros. I mean, it's the best of the best playing in this thing. Major champions all over the place in this tournament, and the rest of the teams are loaded with Tiger Woods and Rory and anybody that's anybody in the PGA Tours in this league. But seeing guys hitting the screen, I think, gets a little boring.
Yeah, I could imagine. Like, you guys told me it was on last night. I'm like, I'll watch the Jerry Springer documentary. Didn't need 2 parts of that. I'll tell you that right now.
5 episodes.
No, there's not.
There's Cincinnati, the former mayor of Cincinnati.
Yeah, I heard.
There you go, Bengals.
Yeah.
No, it's only 2 episodes.
Oh, okay, I thought they said 5.
Oh, I hope not. They didn't need 2.
What's more impressive, Binkley, the 15 inches of snow we got, or that Patrick Mahomes is 29 has 15 playoff wins?
I think the 15 playoff wins for Patrick Mahomes. It's the most under-talked about thing nationally, that one more win in the postseason, he ties Joe Montana for second all-time postseason quarterback wins. He's not even 30 years old. Nope. Okay, he's going to blow past that. It's Tom Brady. Here's where it sits. Tom Brady, Joe Montana was 16, Patrick Mahomes was 15. Mm-hmm. So one more, he hits 16. He ties for second all-time. 2 more wins in the postseason. He's now only behind Tom Brady in postseason wins as a quarterback. And the other thing, too, is, just all this talk nationally about the Chiefs resting players and everything, when everybody else did the same thing, I don't think people realize the Chiefs have played a full season more football than any other team in the National Football.
Well, people at the national level are stupid.
No, they are, Bob. I mean, when you go to the when you go to 6 straight AFC title games and 4 of the last 5 Super Bowls,
right?
Patrick Mahomes, Kelsey, Jones, all these guys have played more football than anybody, but they don't take that into consideration.
No, and Danon said yesterday to us when he was on the show, Danon Hughes, that if the Chiefs didn't get the bye, they would have played 18 straight weeks leading into the Super Bowl.
Well, and you guys remember how close it was last year? I mean, the Super Bowl was done. All of a sudden, we're talking NFL draft.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they're showing up to St. Joe. I mean, there was hardly any downtime last year. But also, Andy Reid, only 5 wins away from the number 1 coach all-time postseason. Belichick's got 31, and clearly, if he stays in North Carolina, that won't be changing. Andy Reid is at 26 right now. So Andy Reid with a real chance here to pass Bill Belichick in 2 years.
Wow, that's crazy when you think about that as well, where Andy Reid is compared to Bill Belichick, only 5 wins behind him.
5 behind him.
Yeah, those national talk shows on television, they make you dumber when you watch them.
Oh, I agree. I feel really dumb right now because I've been watching a lot of them, so I'm getting it. Yeah, you're right, though. Right now, I'm really dumb.
Well, Binkley, we're all going to be really smart because after today, it's sports Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We get 5 straight days of die-hard football action. I know we're all ready for it. We appreciate your time today. Stay warm, stay safe, and stay awesome, my man.
All right, man. Take care.
Man, Mon. Either way. Jay Binkley, Dave Topp.
Mm-hmm.
Kafka. We can talk about him a little bit later, too, if you want. Don't forget, we do have our poll question up coming up here in a little bit on the Fan 965. We'll get to that on the other side. Plus, we're going to talk a little bit of Matt Nagy, Mike Kafka, and some odds. We'll do all that here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've already had a ton of fun with the Underdog app. It has been outstanding for me. Won a big one the other night when I had Devontae Adams getting that touchdown from Aaron Rodgers, and you can have fun as well, including if you're in Missouri. And for Missouri sports fans, great news, Underdog is available now to play in your state. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all of your takes during the playoffs. Which players are going to go off and which ones are going to stay ice cold. And with over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all of your favorite athlete performances. With their Champs game, you could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats when it comes to yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and so much more. They've got all your favorite leagues, your teams, your players to choose from. Get on the Underdog app right now and check it out. I promise you, you're going to have a lot of fun, just like we did this past weekend. So go to the Underdog or the App Store and download the Underdog app right now, and it is the best place to play Champs. So download the app, sign up with the promo code BOB, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BOB. Remember, it's also available in Missouri right now. You must be 18 and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Listen, you've been making house payments for years, right? And right now your home's value has never been higher, right? That means you're likely sitting on a small fortune in equity. And good for you. That's cash you could use to help secure your retirement, solve all your financial burdens, enable you to travel everything you want. The catch is, you're not ready to move. No problem. You don't have to with TrueHold. Sell and stay leaseback program. It's a genius financial strategy. You sell your home to TrueHold while its value is high. You bag all the equity in cash now, and you can stay as long as you like with an easy, affordable lease. And TrueHold pays property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. TrueHold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. Get a TrueHold offer now while your home's value is sky high. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out without moving out. TrueHold.com.
Hey, Casey, when I discovered my new passion, I dove into social media, got on some shows, and soon almost Andy Reid was bored. But this winter, there's something new you might discover that's not as great. Issues with your garage door. Don't get stuck in the cold. Get your annual maintenance check for just $100 or a free replacement quote from my friends at Renner Garage Door. They carry top brands like Delden, Amar, and LiftMaster, trusted locally since 1956.
R-E-N-N-E-R. R-E-N-N-E-R.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 965. That's code 965 for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Kansas only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Serve your country and build a brighter future with the Missouri Air National Guard. Top-notch training, tuition assistance, and bonuses up to $50,000. Missouri Air National Guard St. Joseph. Aim high. Find your path today. Go to ang.com/MO. Chiefs coverage is brought to you by the Missouri Air National Guard. Serve your community your way.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service. Northland 435 southbound, very heavy from 48th Street down across the bridge where they're clearing an accident out of the 2 right lanes. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident, call Jay's Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
What's up, KC? It's Hollywood Brown. Catch the play-by-play all season long with Mitch, Dana, and Clean right here on your home of Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Diving right back into it. It is a Wednesday. It's a new day. Song always reminds me of Madden and my emo days of Good Charlotte.
Yeah, they're not good. They're not emo.
The hell they're not, dude. They all look like Derek Carr.
Literally. Which I saw somebody say today, I love the buzzwords that are used by the national media too.
Maybe.
If Derek Carr is cut by the Saints, could the Giants? Well, no, yeah, of course they could.
Yeah,
of course they could.
A lot of loose language.
Listen to these reports that these insiders give on the TV. They're all with buzzwords. They all have outs. They all mean nothing.
Yeah. Poll question up on 96.5 The Fan or The Fan 965 we did this week. Will the snow be gone by Valentine's Day that is currently outside? Yes or no? Right now it is 33 votes in, 54.5% say no.
No.
But I'll tell you what, the roads were awesome today.
They were good. Very good.
Awesome.
Yep. Much better today than yesterday. They did a great job.
I was about 75.
Oh, look at you. I'm still worried about a little bit of the black ice out there. You know? I saw the little kind of trepidation on that.
Yeah, the on and off ramps are a little sketch. Neighborhood roads are a little sketch.
Yeah, but the highways are great.
Yeah, dude. I mean, obviously, like when you cross like into 435 from 470, I'm like, oh, welcome to Kansas. Yes.
Is it much better in Kansas than it is Missouri? No, I'm being serious.
Really?
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't know if you're trolling.
No, because Overland Park over the last few years has kind of gotten a little lax. I know it's a big municipality and there's a lot of roads to clear out there, but like,
Even when I was doing that radio hit with Henry Lake in Minnesota on Sunday night, he's like, well, the good thing is you only got to go through Missouri for about 10 minutes, and then you get to. I'm like, even you, Minnesotan knows like all that when you're here for like 5 years.
Yeah, but I mean, Casey Moe couldn't plow a street if their life depended on it. Apparently, they did a good job though. From what I understand,
what I'm hearing. Yeah, they all did great. Again, we did that yesterday. Applaud to you guys. Applaud to the mailmen, the hospital workers, the emergency workers. You guys don't get to stay home when there's a snowstorm apocalypse.
No, but at least that's over. The people in California right now, that's not going to be over for a long time.
But again, the poll question, will the snow be gone by Valentine's Day? Yes or no? Very simplistic answer or question. Yes or no. Right now, 53% of the people say no. So a lot of those people haven't lived here for many times. Matt Nagy's name is once again being thrown out in the loop. The Saints seem interested.
They're not.
Okay.
Nope.
The Jets
That's
seem
a
interested.
lie. Yeah, the Jets are. He's interviewing with the Jets today.
Oh, today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Today he's interviewing with the Jets.
I've always thought, because I know when he got back in Kansas City, a lot of people are like, well, he's the next up after Andy Reid. Right. I'm like, okay, fair, whatever. But then again, I'm thinking to myself, like, if you want to get back in the game, this is the worst place to be because Andy Reid, why would he retire?
At this point in time. But the time before, like,
according to Florio, Nagy will be the coach next year and Andy Reid will retire.
That's right. Yeah, right, sure. But the plan, originally was Andy was going to retire and then Nags would take over. They didn't know this Mahomes kid would be, able to reinvent everybody's career, basically is what he did. Gave everybody new life. I mean, why would you walk away right now? It's why Andy Reid signed that 5-year extension last year. It's why Mike Florio sounded stupid continually saying that Andy Reid was going to retire. Nobody's walking away from Patrick Mahomes. And so, you keep your name in the hopper and whatnot. I think the Jets are interviewing 14 people or something I saw for their head coaching job. Rex Ryan, clearly the leader of the club. I laugh. I don't know. But the odds, and this is where the odds are funny to me because Matt Nagy is only interviewing for the Jets. Yet he has better odds to get the Saints job at 10-1 than he does to get the Jets job at 25-1. And he's, as of now, not even interviewing for the New Orleans Saints job. And so when people put these odds out there like, ooh, the Chiefs have the best odds to get this guy, it's all just made up. It's just to get money on those sides. Nags isn't even interviewing down there at this moment anyway with the New Orleans Saints, nor that I don't think I would interview with the New Orleans Saints at this point in time. Because my first question, if I'm Matt Nagy, if I walked, or any candidate, who's my quarterback?
Mm-hmm. It sounds like Chicago would have been a good job now for him, but he'll obviously never go back.
But you know what? Like Chicago.
I mean, never say never, but
no, you can't. But like, I don't think Chicago could hire him back, even though he was 34-31 and went to the playoffs 2 out of the 3 seasons. He had Mitchell Trubisky as the quarterback. I mean, Mitchell Trubisky, who everybody said stunk. Matt Nagy took that gentleman to the playoffs 2 times in the 3 years that he was his quarterback. And that's amazing.
And he just lost the Patriots.
Jokingly, asterisk.
Yeah.
But speaking of odds, when you look at the odds of Matt Nagy going anywhere, Bobby Witt Jr., odds already coming out to win the MVP, again, behind the guy that won it unanimously, Aaron Judge. You asked the question, does Bobby Witt Jr. have to win the Triple Crown Award to win the MVP?
And for the Royals to win the division. And I'm going to throw that in there as well, because I think that's where we are now. Unless Aaron Judge just trips over a wall at Dodger Stadium again.
Yeah.
I just feel like unless Bobby Witt goes out there and does something so marvelous, Ken Rosenthal isn't going to know who Bobby Witt is.
Which I think is...
And that's sad.
And I don't think it's to that degree that he has to do that much, but I also kind of comp it back to like the Mahomes thing. Like when Mahomes won MVP, it was when he threw for 50,000 yards, or 50,000. He's already thrown for 50,000 yards. I'm joking. But he's maybe, I don't know. But I don't think he has to do all that because he didn't really necessarily like... Look, he had one of the greatest shortstop performances in the MLB's history last year.
Yeah.
He did things that no other shortstop has ever done in back-to-back seasons. But I think what he did last year was he set himself up to win the MVP this year. Because now, like, you look at the Mahomes theory where, like, well, he's done this. Now Aaron Judge did that. He won that unanimously. So for Aaron Judge to do it, which he may, he's got to, be the tops in batting average, home runs, RBI. Like, Aaron Judge almost won the Triple Crown this year. Bobby Witt Jr. ruined that. And I think when you look at Bobby Witt Jr., he's officially on the map. Like Bobby Witt Jr., I think in most, I don't know how many fantasy baseball drafters there are out there, but I would assume that Bobby Witt Jr. will probably be the 1 or the number 2 pick in baseball drafts next year.
Well, I think he should be
runs,
the number 1. Yeah,
hits,
does
steals,
everything.
RBI, all that sort of stuff.
He's a legit 5-tool player.
Right.
He's a better, quote-unquote, fantasy player than Juan Soto is, than Aaron Judge is. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and as soon as, I think it's July is what Alex Gold was saying, is when you can start betting in Missouri, but obviously we work in Kansas, and as soon as I get all this stuff figured out with this fraudulent stuff, I will place a futures bet on Bobby Witt Jr. to win the MVP.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad bet at all. You're probably not going to get great numbers. I think it was like 3-1 or something like that because he's
that's
number
what you got to
2.
put juice on. That's what that says.
Yeah,
if you want to win good money,
right.
3-1, you got to put 100.
You got to put 100 on there. Yeah, you got to put some good money on there. But see, I can have all the confidence in the world in Bobby Witt Jr. You can have all the confidence in the world in Bobby Witt Jr. I don't have confidence in the voters for Major League Baseball to make the right decision because
they didn't give him one first place vote.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But he didn't get one. He was unanimous second place vote getter last year, and it wasn't like Aaron Judge had a historic season last year where you had to put him in. It wasn't like he broke the home run record last year or anything like that, but look, I understand it. Bobby came on the map late. A lot of people live under rocks, on the East Coast.
I would say All-Star breaks when he finally made his presence known.
But people had already decided that Aaron Judge was the MVP at that point in time, which sucks. And so he never had that fair opportunity. I'm hoping going into the season now, the hype is there, the talk is there. Everybody's talking about Bobby Witt Jr. being the MVP, and that hype train is going to need to carry him. I facetiously said, will he have to win the Triple Crown to get this award? But somewhat not facetiously, because I know the voter for these awards in baseball isn't really that smart. They don't understand that it's okay to vote for somebody in Kansas City to win this award. You don't have to go to a Yankee every time.
What do you think Mahomes' numbers have to be to win MVP again?
Again?
5,040?
No. I don't.
45 and 45?
I think they'll vote this year. Both quarterbacks will get knocked out early that they're talking about. One didn't even make it, and people will start to realize Patrick Mahomes is the MVP, and it should be the Mahomes Valuable Player Award, not most anymore.
Wow, what a wonderful world you're living in. That's awesome. I wish that would happen.
Yeah. I saw a funny comment by PFT commentator from
what is it? The Pardon My Take podcast.
Yeah.
And he was like, "This is the year that solidified to me that Patrick Mahomes should have won MVP." Because after watching Carson Wentz in that team, he's like, "It should have been Mahomes."
Yeah, of course it should have been. It should be Mahomes every year.
Right.
Right now, Bobby Witt second plus 420.
420.
That's
okay.
good juice. That's a good $100 bet.
Yeah, that's like 4-1 basically.
Yeah, you put 100, you win 420.
Who's third in the AL?
Third in the AL?
I'm going to say in the odds in the AL, Gunnar Henderson.
Yep.
Nice pull.
There it is.
Don't forget about this.
Well, it can't be Soto anymore.
Yeah,
He's
right.
playing for an irrelevant squad.
Watch him just tank.
Oh, it's not going to. I guarantee you, it's not going to be good this year for him.
So here we go. We have some exciting news for you. We've made some playoff T-shirts thanks to our friends over at Gates Barbecue. So you need to be on the lookout on how to get these next week. And don't forget to get Gates Barbecue for your tailgate or if you're watching at home this weekend. Coming up on the other side, we'll dive into some more talk of who would be more cooked if the inevitable did happen. We'll dive into that here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, many people consider selling their homes independently to save on real estate commissions. While this might seem appealing, especially in today's market, independent sellers often overlook the significant financial benefits of working with a professional. Collaborating with an expert like Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team can greatly enhance your profits and overall experience in the selling process. If you want the best possible offer for your home sale, the Sharp Homes team will sell it for or above asking price in many cases. Dawn Sharp and her team will bring you the most buyers as well. That's why on average they sell a home every 72 hours. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I was ready to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can Google them, Sharp Homes team, and see from over 200 5-star Google and Zillow reviews, or you can just visit them at homesforsaleinkc.com. That's homesforsaleinkc.com and start packing.
This is a message from sponsor Intuit TurboTax. Now, Taxes is having a TurboTax expert do your taxes and get you every dollar you deserve. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Save on your New Year's car care resolutions with antifreeze, wiper blades, brakes, and more. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way.
Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Always still look at myself as a high-performing athlete, even at 40 years old. And so I want to go able to run and run fast and do things that I could 15 and 20 years ago. And it was getting to the point where the pain was starting to limit that.
Pain attacks people from all walks of life, not just former professional athletes like Bobby Carpenter. That's where QC Kinetics non-surgical treatment steps in.
And now that the pain is gone, I've been able to go and do the stuff that I love and run fast and run sprints and try to get back to where I was.
QC Kinetics regenerative treatments use your body's own healing properties to deliver long-term relief without surgery.
Now, being able to go and work out and do the stuff that I want to do and challenge my body, it's made me a better person, a more pleasant person to be around.
Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 435 southbound gets heavy past 69 Highway and stays slowed down across the bridge, but the earlier accident there has cleared. Kansas side 35 southbound, Shawnee Mission Parkway, an accident in the right lane. Slowdowns now from Antioch. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Diving right back into it here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports, your home for Mac Morey, Drew Nixon, Rob Britton. Coincidence? I think not. All the guys that do the magic on the other side of the glaze. Damn glad to have you here on 96.5 The Fan. Happy Wednesday. Yep. We can play that drop a little bit later.
Does anybody even really know what day it is, especially if you're a parent at this time?
Or a snowplower? Like, you're probably like, I need to get out and do it.
I think they're in bed now.
I hope they hibernate for like 48 hours.
Like, I hope to not see you guys for a long time and
go
you get rest.
Abelarto's, get the hash brown breakfast burrito, side of chips and queso, and just sleep.
Ooh, go to bed.
It'll put you to sleep.
You got our permission. Like, we give people the day off all the time for good techs. We're giving all the snowplow drivers in the Kansas City area off for the next month.
Yeah, people don't need those bills yet. Hold on to them.
Yeah, the mail carriers, screw that stuff. Nobody wants it. Boy, those bills get here fast, don't they?
They don't rest. They do not take days off. They're like the Patriots. Mm-hmm. Coincidence? Bill, no days off?
Yeah.
No kidding. But no, remember, you can go over to our Twitter page, at TheFan965. Our poll question today is, every Wednesday we do this, will the snow currently outside still be there after Valentine's Day? You and I both say yes.
I think so. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, you look at the temperatures that are coming up. Obviously, today and tomorrow are supposed to be frigid, or I guess today.
Yeah,
it's supposed to warm up, but the high is supposed to be like 30-something.
But you know what that is? That's going to feel like a warm
Oh, hell yeah, it is.
You got outside and be like, oh, man, this is nice.
Yeah, I'm feeling good out here today.
No doubt about it.
No, I think the snow hangs around, and I'm good with that. I talked about it a little bit yesterday. Like, I need the earth to cool down for a few days, man, for a few months. Let's go. Get it down a couple degrees.
Let's take all this snow in Kansas City and take it to California.
Yeah. Imagine if you could just do that.
Wouldn't that be nice?
But you can't even get the planes up there because the
That's
winds
why we need
so
the
bad.
Hyperloop. Just pack that thing with snow and
just zoom 30 minutes. You're in LA putting out those wildfires.
All the snow in Missouri and Kansas and Omaha and all that would probably put out like 2 blocks.
Yeah,
that's
right.
how bad it is.
It's so bad out there. I feel so bad for those folks.
Again, rough times over there. But speaking of rough times ahead, I asked you guys this question. Text line as well, 913-586-7965. Jay Southland Tow Service text line. Also, people doing the Lord's work during this time. I still saw a bunch of cars where I'm like, how did you get there?
Did you see the one on 69 this morning? And I didn't take 69.
I took Metcalf.
Oh, you took Metcalf. Okay, so I came up 69 for the first time since
on a Tuesday.
Great. Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, but
yesterday was Tuesday. Yeah. Oh, snow day sex, let me tell you.
Speaking of resting.
I wasn't resting yesterday.
You were last night.
Last night I was. But I will say this. There's a van on 69
down by the river
that is snowed in. Like, I don't know how this van's going to get out.
They call that van Eric. Eric Snowden.
It is. Yeah. Oh my God.
Remember that name?
Oh yeah, it's a random one.
WikiLeaks.
But no, this van is like plowed in, snowed in, and like I just
saw some cars. I'm like, how did you get there? Like, why?
Yeah,
I get it. Like
my neighbor parked on the street. They had to dig out. It was the kid's car. They had to dig that car out yesterday. I'm like, you shouldn't have parked there.
So Dana and Parks had the tow truck driver that got the car of the woman that abandoned the car.
Yeah,
19-year-old lady.
Yeah,
just panicked.
Well,
I don't blame her, man.
She said she didn't know what to do.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, no one does.
No, it's terrible.
It's gut wrenching. But I asked the question: who's more cooked in this scenario of a loss? If Russell Wilson gets absolutely obliterated by Baltimore, which could happen, could also not happen because of the history. If Russell Wilson gets beat soundly by Baltimore, is he more cooked, or is Sam Darnold more cooked if Minnesota goes one and done against the Los Angeles Rams? Because here's my theory. Russell Wilson, over the last 5 weeks, has looked like Russell Wilson his first year ago in Denver.
Oh, God, yes.
Right? Sam Darnold had his first real big, can-you-do-it type of game. And Kevin O'Connell, the man that he is, blamed himself. He's like, I didn't do the right thing. We had situations I didn't check out the right way. But if Sam Darnold goes into this game against the Rams, and the Rams win, let's say 31-20, which I don't think that's going to happen. I think the Rams could win. I don't know if they win by that margin because the Rams defense isn't as great as we think it could be. But who's more cooked in the out scheme of things when you look at it? If Russell Wilson loses to Baltimore and it's like it was a poor showing, like 5 of 12 for 41 yards in the first half, or Sam Darnold goes and plays the Rams and they lose?
I think it's Russell Wilson because I think Sam Darnold, regardless of what happens in this game, is going to get the franchise tag put on him, whether that's to keep him in Minnesota or to be able to trade him. And now, for popular opinion, Sam Darnold has a lot to bounce back from that game. Like, having that game that Sam Darnold did the other night was the worst case scenario for Sam Darnold. Just like it was the worst case scenario for Carson Wentz, right? Carson Wentz had an opportunity. We all thought Andy Reid was going to put him in a system to be good. And whatever the case, whatever that was on Sunday, like they weren't showing a damn thing, which is fine because there's an opportunity that the Chiefs are going to see Denver next week. Like if Denver goes to Buffalo, we get the Broncos. Why would you show the Broncos anything 2 weeks prior to potentially playing them? Carson Wentz had a lot to gain in that game. I'm just going to tell Carson Wentz this right now. Probably not going to have a lot of door knockers looking for you. Now, same goes for Sam Darnold. He had an opportunity in that game to play big in a big-time situation, and he played very small in that situation. But I think he's got an opportunity because Russell Wilson is, I think, cooked. I thought he was cooked before this. What Mike Tomlin has done with Russell Wilson this year has been amazing. I'm still seeing things about people wanting Mike Tomlin out. Why aren't we calling the general manager out who put the team together and gave Mike Tomlin, Justin Fields, and Russell Wilson as the starting quarterbacks, and he still took that team to the playoffs? Why aren't we talking about that general manager getting his ass fired?
Or before drafted Kenny Pickett in the first round, total bust.
But everybody wants to blame Mike Tomlin and say Mike Tomlin can't coach. This jackass general manager has saddled him with absolute horse crap at quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger walked out the door, and the guy still wins and makes the playoffs.
Walked out, he had to live.
Ride, baby.
I mean, Ben Roethlisberger left, and they've had basically like Bailey Zappi as their starting quarterback for the last 5 years, and Mike Tomlin still hasn't had a losing season. And
Broncos fans, thank you guys so much for coming out. I'm excited to play in Power Field. It's going to be amazing. You know what to do, and go Broncos. You know, Broncos country. Let's ride.
That doesn't make you cringe.
And so the general manager of the Steelers knocks on Tomlin's door and says, Justin Fields and Russell Wilson are your options this year. Best of luck. Wins 10 games, goes to the playoffs, and people want Mike Tomlin fired. Meanwhile, this general manager is probably going to bring him, Jimmy Bag of Donuts for his quarterback next year as well. And Tomlin will still win more games than he loses and go to the playoffs with that guy.
He's had a chef in Russell Wilson. He's had a reindeer in Mason, and he's had a duck in Hodges.
That's right. Yeah, and wins and makes the playoffs with those guys.
And Duck Hodges won more out of football than he did in football.
Yeah, he did.
You know who his lady is?
I remember seeing her, but I don't know.
Laney Wilson.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah. You know who her dad is? Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys.
I got more fire than ever, honestly, especially over the past 2 years of what I've gone through.
So
whether if it's in Denver or somewhere else, I hope it's in Denver. I hope I get to finish there. I committed there. I wanted to be there. I want to be there. For me, it's about winning. Over the next 5 years, I want to win too.
I want to feel the chill of that trophy.
He's got 3 years left.
Yeah.
You know, I love the city and everything else, but you know, you also want to be a place that wants you too. So the thing that I want to do is win, man. That's all
I don't know if that was a recording from last night at the Fescoe house. That was Russell Wilson.
I just want to win, Jen.
Yeah. I got two rings the next 5 years. Who are they?
Yeah.
You know, nobody.
You're going to win 2 rings in the next fight. You sign in with the Chiefs?
Don't get host desk host or whatever the hell that is.
You're going to come here and be an assistant or like an intern or something? No, so they answer the question in the long round of things. Russell Wilson's more done than Sam. I think Sam Darnold will be the starting quarterback for fill in the name of team here next season.
Not Minnesota.
I don't know. That's why I said fill in the name of the team here. How in love are they with J.J. McCarthy? Or here's what we're going to see. We all heard about Brian Daboll, saying how much he loved Jaden Daniels and wanted to go get him as quarterback. Are we going to see them reverse course and say we're actually in love with J.J. McCarthy and give up the farm to get J.J. McCarthy from Minnesota? Because I think if you're Minnesota going into this offseason, you don't know who your starting quarterback is. You're listening to offers on both of those guys, and whatever one's the best, that's the offer that's the guy you move on, and then you keep the other guy as your starting quarterback.
Maybe the Giants have available to get.
Let's ride.
Oh, God.
If that happened and I'm Malik Neighbors, I sit out the entire year.
Oh, I quit. And if I'm Brian Daboll and that's the guy they bring me to kind of save my job next year and it's Russell Wilson, I'm out.
Would you rather have Russell Wilson or Drew Lock?
Drew Lock.
Well, what do we talk? Who's better?
No, who would you rather have?
Drew Lock.
Drew Lock.
Yes.
I'd rather have
Russell Wilson is cringe, man.
Yeah,
exactly.
find
me an athlete more cringe than Russell Wilson.
Littlefinger.
No,
not cringe.
No, he's not cringe. Okay. Russell, you look at him.
Dude, you have to look away.
This let's ride nonsense, the Subway sandwich, it's getting spicy.
I want to feel the chill of that trophy.
Yeah, he's an 80s sitcom when they were getting ready to make out and it made you uncomfortable. That's Russell Wilson. He's a bad 80s sitcom right now. We're ugh.
Respect the text from the 785. What's wrong with Bailey Zappi? Let me tell you something about Bailey Zappi. Take the entire week off like everybody else. Thank you for understanding the show. Perfect. And if you understand the show, it is 7:30, so we get into Max Pack. God bless
it's time for Max Pack.
Oh, that's great. Let me tell you something. What's wrong with Bailey Zappi? Let me tell you something. All right, show's over. I'm out.
Yeah, see ya. Take the day. That was fantastic.
Max Pack. Sponsored by nobody. Somebody could step up.
Hey, come on. We're ready. Bob's Bottom Feeders and Max Pack are ready to be sponsored.
For next year, right?
That's exactly. We're nearing the end. Won't have 5 teams to talk about really much more here soon.
Bob will have his Bottom Feeder playoff edition.
Yeah, that's right.
That's true. That's true.
Teams that are still in.
That are still in, yes.
So they can't wait for the Super Bowl matchup.
All right, so likelihood to hoist the Lombardi Trophy, my top 5 teams right now, starting with number 5, because we all know who number 1 is.
The Chiefs?
Yeah. Baltimore, number 5. The Ravens are number 5. I like their first-round matchup. We just were talking about Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have not looked good. 4 losses against 4 playoff teams in their last 4 games. I think that's a good road for Baltimore. They are going to have to travel to Buffalo, but that's another team that they match up really well against. They're a physical, run downhill football team that Buffalo, they struggle to stop those kind of offenses. I think Baltimore actually, when you look at the bracket, I think it actually worked out pretty well for them. They're still going to have to come to Kansas City at the end of the day, so that is why they're number 5.
Okay, so they have you think it's an easy game with the Steelers this weekend? See, I don't.
I'm optimistic, but I lean towards where you're at.
Do you have more faith in Mike Tomlin or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar.
Yeah,
because both have had the shaky playoffs.
Both have had shaky playoffs. I guess Lamar because he's had less chances.
Okay, that's fair.
And he's got more wins in the playoff recently than Mike Tomlin.
But Tomlin also has a Super Bowl win and been to another Super Bowl. Lamar hasn't gotten out of what?
The AFC
championship game. Yeah, he's won like 2 or 3 playoff games.
Yeah. No, I don't know if there's a right answer or a wrong answer. I'm just asking you guys. I mean, who do you have more faith in? Because that's, I think, how you have to look at this game going in. Do you have more faith that Mike Tomlin's going to have his team ready to go, or is Lamar going to play big? Because I don't think it's about John Harbaugh.
Okay. I think that's what I was going to bring up. Okay.
I mean, I think it's about Lamar. I mean, if you're going to be, and again, a Lamar apologist, ladies and gentlemen, right? Me. If you're going to be considered in that category, you've got to do it in the postseason.
Yes.
Well, I mean, who's got more pressure this postseason? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson?
To me, Lamar.
Okay. If you're the MVP, I mean, you got to, both.
Obviously,
I think both have equal pressure.
Both have gotten to the point of,
and you can make a case for either
You
one.
could, because Josh Allen could lose to the Chiefs for the 4th time in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure.
and could be 3 times the AFC Championship game.
And that's why when
twice.
And that's why I continue to think like all of us are a problem with this. But maybe we just need to start reevaluating the way we're judging people based on the fact that the Chiefs aren't letting anybody into the big game. Like what? Let's just say, what if they go the next 10 years and have all 10 Super Bowls occupied by them? Right? Odds are it's not going to happen. But let's say it does. Josh Allen never gets there. Joe Burrow doesn't get back. Lamar never gets there. Tomlin never gets back. Are all of those sudden those people suck jobs at what they do? Or are we just looking at a fact that we ran into an anomaly for the first time in professional sports where one team and one quarterback just said, screw you, we're not leaving the Super Bowl till we're retired?
Well, ask the Eastern Conference in the 90s about Michael Jordan. Ask people in the late 90s, early 2000s. Ask Phil Mickelson how many majors he could have won if Tiger Woods wasn't there.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, but do we look at Phil better now than in the moment? Like,
no, because he's a weirdo.
Yeah, it's true. That's a bad example. But like Michael Jordan, took the 2 years off to gamble or play baseball or whatever it was that he was going to do for those 2 years. So the window did open. Other teams had that opportunity. I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this. Like, this is like a steel curtain, not the steel, we're not letting this thing go.
You call it the red wave.
Yeah.
The Red Sea.
The Red Sea, whatever you want to call it. But just in all honesty, if the Chiefs go on some exorbitant run that we've never seen before, and nobody from the AFC is getting, I know, but if this continues and nobody from the AFC gets back to the Super Bowl, how do we look at all these other quarterbacks and coaches and go, you stink? No, they ran into the Patrick Mahomes era.
Yeah. You still have to look at the game and be like, okay, well, did they at least play well? Like, that's why I look at Josh Allen. I'm like, okay, this guy's at least played well in every playoff game against the Chiefs. They have not won the games, but I look at his performance. I'm like, okay, he's doing everything he can, man. Lamar Jackson last year didn't feel that way.
Right. Number 4.
Left a lot of meat on the bone. Philadelphia Eagles, number 4 for me.
Wow, that's low.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, though.
We'll get to it. Philadelphia Eagles, worried about the quarterback situation a little bit. I do like their defense, but these past few weeks hasn't aroused me as much in the secondary as before. Thought it was like a Legion of Boom sort of scenario, and it's not been lately. So I'm sticking with Philly at 3. Plus, I don't like Nick Sirianni. Or at 4. I don't trust Nick Sirianni in the playoffs. I trust Dan Campbell more, who I don't even like, not even super in love with. But that Lions defense against Minnesota Monday night.
Was that the Lions defense, or was that Sam Darnold?
It's definitely a little bit of both. Yep. That's fair. There's definitely a little bit of both. Yep. But their plan to blitz and pressure the quarterback and do so effectively makes me think, okay, along with that offense who can put up 30, 40 on anyone any given day and can run the football, can take a 5 or 6 minute drive, makes me think, okay, number 1 seed, got to buy. They're going to get some rest. Could get a couple defensive key players back in that week. All right, I'm going to go with Detroit. I'm going to trust it, what they've proven to me this season.
All night.
That's what Aaron Glenn's going to do. Another head coaching candidate we'll probably talk about later.
He's definitely going to get a job.
Yeah, 100%. And then Buffalo, number 2.
Who's
and
3?
The Chiefs, number 1. Detroit.
Detroit's 3, Buffalo 2, and Chiefs obviously number 1. You bias. Hey, you got the loss right this week on the Denver Broncos.
I did.
There you go. Good job. With
1
Carson
for 2.
Wentz. Yep. See, you knew the whole time Carson Wentz was. All right, who's the bottom feeders?
All right, pretty simple this week. Tennessee coming in as a bottom feeder this week. And they don't have a quarterback.
Or a GM.
Or really a coach. I got to be honest with you, that guy sells auto parts.
They really don't have a quarterback, a running back. They don't even really have a defensive end. They have defensive tackles.
Yep, 2 great defensive tackles.
Great defensive tackles.
How quickly will Rand Carthen come to Kansas City for a job? I mean, he's given us our team.
Exactly.
Thanks for DeAndre.
Hey, Brett, if Borgonzi takes the Jets job, which he's interviewing for today in person, Rand Carthen comes here, right?
Thanks, L'Jarius Sneed.
So Tennessee comes in as a bottom feeder this week. The Raiders, obviously, on that list, firing Antonio Pierce yesterday.
Did you hear the new rumor? Mike Vrabel's now the favorite to be in Las Vegas.
Well, because he's friends with Tom Brady, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, so what if?
Yeah.
What if Vrabel doesn't take that Patriots job?
Well, maybe Tom Brady, goes and gets his phone wiped out at Apple.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Yeah. Then the Jets, the Giants, and the Browns all come in on the bottom feeder list. The Jets, the Tennessee, the Raiders, the Jets, the Giants, and the Browns. Mm-hmm. There's one thing that all 5 of those teams have in common.
Can I guess? Yes. Bad ownership.
Yes. Yeah, you could say.
Yeah, you could say that, right?
The Giants one is dicey to me because they do have 4 Super Bowl championships.
Pay Daniel Jones.
Can I guess?
That's fair. Yeah. Pay Daniel Jones. Yep.
No quarterback.
Exactly.
Yep. And
All 5 of those teams don't have a quarterback.
And 2 of those teams had a chance to draft number 1 and decided to win.
That's right. But even drafting number 1 this year, I mean,
yeah, the Titans finally suck enough to get them. Who do you want?
This is the Eric Fisher draft.
This
is the Eric Fisher draft. And when I look at that draft that the Chiefs had, even going back to now, like hindsight being 2020, there was literally nobody in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round of that draft. That was a bad draft. And the Chiefs ended up getting a mainstay at left tackle in that draft. That was a hell of a draft pick by the Kansas City Chiefs. People forget how good that pick was based on what was left in that draft and the fact that he became a mainstay left tackle. So if you're one of these 5 teams right now, you don't have a quarterback, the worst thing you can do in the draft is reach for a quarterback that isn't any good. And I don't know that there's a quarterback out there right now in college football that's worthy of a top 5 pick, but one of these teams or 2 of these teams will probably take quarterbacks in the top 5 and set their organizations back even further.
From the text line, the 816, sitting near Lawrence, and the highway is completely shut down due to a wreck. Listening to you guys, though, through the app, and thanks for keeping us company.
Is it K10?
That's what I'm guessing.
It has to be. I mean, that
gets kind of dicey when it's not.
It needs to be 3. I know it needs to be 3 lanes each
you get in
direction.
there, you're like left, right, GPS.
It's a bad highway, brother.
Brother. Don't get booed. That man got booed out of the city of Los Angeles.
And also, too, like Tennessee's coach is probably on the hot seat. Raiders are going to have a new coach. Jets will have a new coach. Giants' coach is on the hot seat. Browns' coach is going to be on the hot seat. So 3 of these 5 teams that don't have quarterbacks are going to be on the hot seat going. Like, it's just a never-ending cycle of idiocy.
You ever seen the movie Idiocracy?
No.
With Luke Wilson? I think that's what it's called. Fantastic.
Laney's brother?
Yep. Owen's brother. Actually. Wow. My brother was a better actor than I was? Wow. I don't know. That's a debate we can have for another day. Coming up on the other side, we go back in time, and not Huey Lewis, but Jim Harbaugh's just... He's a weirdo, man. We'll get into that. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, my friends over at QC Kinetics can help you get rid of all of that pain, right? You probably got some pain from shoveling over the last couple of days, or maybe you're just dealing with some arthritis pain because you're getting up there in age, or maybe you have an old injury that just won't go away. Any of that pain that's caused from chronic joint pain day after day isn't normal, but some of you have dealt with that pain for so long it's become your new normal. Short-term fixes just aren't working. So make the decision now to say no to not going to live with it. Get moving again in 2025 with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. It's joint preservation. You can revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery. This is the future of medicine using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain from arthritis. Tens of thousands of people with pain have discovered these cellular treatments and they're living life again without that constant pain in their joints. If you want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints and get lasting relief with these amazing treatments, then call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. Deal with joint pain now so you can make the most of the new year. Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. It's QC Kinetics.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Booth Creek Wagyu, Casey's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with an unforgettable roast this holiday season or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Which business owner would you rather be?
Oh, please, oh, no, don't be the fire marshal, not the fire marshal. Why me? I'm doomed!
or this business owner?
Hey, it's the fire marshal. Come on in.
Oh, this won't take long. I see Keller has been here.
Keller Fire and Safety has businesses covered in Kansas, Missouri, and throughout the Midwest for fire protection and safety. One less thing to worry about. Call Keller Fire and Safety.
Keller Fire and Safety.
KellerFire.com.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay on any line. Plus Price Lock, we won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful.
Hi, this is Patayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment.
Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 435 southbound, heavy from 48th Street down towards 210. The earlier accident at the bridge has cleared and things are starting to recover. Kansas side 35 southbound, very slow from 635 down towards Shawnee Mission Parkway with an accident in the right lane. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Huey Lewis and the Snooze. That's what my dad always called him. Not a fan.
Oh, but you and your dad like Bruce Springsteen where you can't even understand what he says?
Absolutely. I always thought this guy was the same guy that sings all the songs in Toy Story.
No, that is Kenny Loggins.
No, it's not.
He turned 77 yesterday.
He's still alive. Wow.
Yeah, 77 yesterday, Kenny Loggins. Who the hell was it now? Don't tell me.
The text line's about to just go
I know,
nuts.
but I'm not looking at it, so don't. They can have it.
Red-headed lady walks over to the tree, takes a bite, takes another bite, eating an apple.
You're not helping.
That's his
I
voice.
know, but it's not helping me. The name's on the tip of my
You've
tongue.
got a friend in me.
Don't. Sings I Love L.A. Randy Newman.
There he is.
Hey! Mac, did you know that?
No, I had to look it up.
Okay.
I love the song I Love L.A.
I do too.
Huey Lewis and the Snooze. Now we go back in time.
Huey Lewis is actually funny to me because he was the opening act for Jimmy Buffett when I saw him at Wrigley in like 2016.
Yeah,
Huey Lewis used to be like a big thing, right? And then he was opening for Jimmy Buffett. I'm like, damn, Huey Lewis has fallen. I just want to win, Jim.
That's not.
Yeah.
That's not Jim Harbaugh.
I just want to win, Jim.
That's right. We can send that to her if you like.
It's a today. Sure, she's heard it already.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Oh, no.
Y'all just jealous.
By the way, I don't know if you ever remember this audio clip.
Just the way it feels, feels like New Year's Day, feels like being born. Feels like coming out of the womb, It's like
what?
You're in there and it's comfortable and it's safe and now you're out, you're born, the lights are on, it's bright, got chaos, people looking at you, people talking at
Doctor
you.
spanking your ass.
Just feels good to have it happen.
Okay.
So yesterday,
by the way, that's who the Chiefs are playing in the divisional round on Saturday. Or
That's
Sunday.
right.
I hope you're ready.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know they're playing the Chargers.
So that guy yesterday, not that guy, his quarterback, Justin Hebert, addressed the media yesterday. And they asked him about that, Jim Harbaugh remembering the day that claims he remembers the day that he was born. There is a syndrome, I think is what they call it, where there are people who do remember like every single day of their life. And I remember having this conversation with our old boss, John Hanson. And I think he told me, and Mac, you can look this up, I think it's Mary Lou Henner, the actress, who remembers every single day of their life.
That's tough.
And most people will say to you, you remember 9/11. Everybody goes, oh, yeah, I remember exactly what I was doing. Mac probably doesn't. But
Mac's like, this year?
Yeah.
On September?
September 11th. I was looking at a depth chart for the Bengals, and it got really exciting. So everybody remembers what they were doing September 11th. And then the question is, do you remember what you were doing September 10th? And I was like, yes, it was a very big day in my career, September 10th of 2001. So I'll always remember that. But there are, like, I think... and I could be totally wrong on this. I think the number somebody had told me, I think it was Hanson, was like there's like 5 people on Earth who can remember every single day of their life, from the day they were born to where they are now.
Rain Man.
I think, yeah, right. Real people, right? Yeah. Like, I think it was Mary Lou Henner.
It is.
It is. Okay, so she can remember like every day of her life, right?
I remember watching a doc about that. It's pretty crazy.
It's wild, but they could be making it up.
That's heavy, Doc.
Like the Long Island medium. Who had a mother? Okay, I did. Who had a father? Oh, everybody raises their hands. Like
I'm sensing someone's gone through a death.
Yeah.
Have you seen that South Park episode?
Yeah.
He's literally not telling you anything. He's vague.
Right. That's all they do.
There's a name here. It starts with a P. My name's Peter. Peter.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Did anybody in here eat something in the last 24 hours?
Does anybody just want to win?
I just want to win, Jim.
He's here.
Yeah, right here. I'm right here. I just want to win, baby. Just want to win.
Just win, baby.
So he was addressing this yesterday about do you believe Harbaugh can remember? No. Do you believe he's one of those guys? He may be. I don't know, but I'm not buying it, right? The odds would say no.
He does like the Zins. I know that.
Harbaugh?
Puts him in his lower middle lip.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Yeah, he's been caught on camera. Him and Baker.
Baker, yeah. Definitely Baker.
Nothing wrong with
Definitely
those.
Baker.
Those things like a jolt of lightning in your upper lip.
Baker.
Can speak from existence. But what is
so what's your earliest sports memory?
Yeah, Lynn Elliott.
Lynn Elliott is your earliest,
That's my first Chiefs game. I believe I was 6 or 7, freezing cold.
And that's when you start developing memories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was more so that it was so damn cold. Like, I was in ski pants, like I was hockey pants. Mm-hmm. I was in a lot of just layers. And then I just remember leaving crying because it was just like Lynn Elliott, man. I was like, man. And every time I hear that name, I'm like, I remember all the jokes, right?
We had him on years ago, and he came on, and we're like, all right, he vindicated himself. He's selling insurance in like Waco.
Wow. Home insurance?
Home, drivers, farm, whatever.
Never mind. Yeah, I don't know, maybe 6, 7. Lynn Elliott. That's one that's like vivid. Like, I'm sure, you guys were asked. I thought you were talking about like our own self. Yeah. I remember T-ball. Like, I remember my team's name was the Timberwolves. Steve, I believe was my coach's name. It was Steve. Steve was his name. And we were the Timberwolves. We had gray jerseys, black hats with a red wolf on the front. Maybe that was foreshadowing of my life. But that's like a childhood memory that I start remembering. And again, 6 or 7.
Yeah.
But I don't remember like my first steps. I don't remember what Gerber baby food tasted like.
None of that.
None of that.
You don't remember being in the womb.
And how warm and cozy it was.
Right. Like, nobody remembers that. You don't remember coming out of the womb.
Lights being bright.
Like, what's your first memory?
I came out ass first.
Mac's first memory was like the 2014.
Yeah,
I came out ass first, too. Are you serious?
I'm serious.
We're butt.
Whoa.
What? We're butt babies.
Okay, I didn't know where you were going.
No.
I'm going to turn my mic.
I came out ass first. It is a sign of who I am in life. I just want to win, Jim. I just want to win, Jim. I just want to win, Jim.
Try to get this out of my...
I don't know anybody else that came out ass first.
I thought getting scammed yesterday was the worst thing of my life. That might have been the worst.
No,
he was so excited.
Buddies, man.
Stop it.
I just want to win, Jim. We came out ass first.
And I'm going to get buried ass up.
Yeah. So your critics can kiss your ass. So, yeah.
Not that I have many. Apparently I got a new buddy. Starting to get the bit of Bob's Bottom Feeders.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to win, Jim. That's right.
I'm so glad we're on camera.
That's so good, man.
What the hell were we talking about?
I don't want to know. I'm done. Oh my gosh! I feel like Tyreek Hill.
This is my first time. I haven't been in the playoffs, man. So, I mean, for me, like I said, man, I just got to do what's best for me and my family, dog. If that's here, or if that's wherever the case may be, man, I'm finna open that door for myself, dog.
I'm not opening any more doors.
My mother says we're breech babies, and that's what it's called, and it's very
I
dangerous.
love that. I love that a lot more than the other one. God, I love you guys, ass boys.
Honest to God, my whole life,
I've
never
on the
heard
text line.
anybody else said they came out ass first.
Oh yeah, dude, for sure. And it still might have been my face. Oh shoot! Oh man! Oh gosh! Oh man! Bob and Dusty, old butt buddies. I knew it. Yep. Stay focused, Dusty. I'm trying. Hard to do that. At least you got some sort of clarity. Babies can't even see clearly when they're born. Their eyes aren't even formed properly then. So he's a liar.
Well, yeah, nobody knows the day they were born. That's why I asked Mac. His most recent, his earliest memory of sports is like the Hosmer's Mad Dash, right?
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, yeah, I don't know. Like Vince Young, national championship. Definitely remember that. I was like 8. Does that make sense? 7 or 8?
Right.
About the time.
Mine was 1985, watching the Giants-Bears in the playoffs, and Sean Landeta whiffed on a punt because it was so windy at Soldier Field it blew the punt when he dropped it.
Damn.
Yeah. Wild.
You mean from his hands to
his
feet,
feet, the wind blew the ball.
Oh. Yeah. Damn.
Whiffed on the punt. Go look at the video.
Start an ass first club, Bob. You can clearly be the president.
I'm so excited, man. That's great.
Golly, Moses. I can't stay focused.
Not today.
This show will have an asterisk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I know that person's been here since the beginning of the show because we talked about the asterisk on week 18.
That's right.
Oh, God love it. God love it. Anybody else on the text line been born ass first? Anybody else want to be fans of the Buddy Club?
That's just you two, man.
Oh, man. Oh, Lord. Gives Tyreek time to make more babies. No doubt. I don't know what he's going to do in his downtime.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, we are back. Yeah. So we come back. We will rank our top quarterbacks remaining in the playoffs from the AFC to the NFC to sea to shining sea. We'll see you on the other side. Ass first. Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens, Mac Maury, the normal one on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, my friends over at Foaling are ready for you to get rid of that cabin fever. That's right. I know it's day 3. The kiddos are home on snow day. You're looking for something fun to do with the kids? Take them Foaling. We're going Foaling on Friday night for a party, and it's going to be unbelievably awesome. I can't wait to get out there and foal around and find out. And if you haven't been foaling yet, you need to go because it's the perfect spot for guys, for gals, for kids, for adults, for a date night, for a charity event, for a birthday party. Foaling has got you covered when it comes to everything. It is football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. Essentially what it is, bowling pins set up like you're going to bowl, but you're throwing the football at them. First one to knock all the pins down is going to win. Re-rack and play again. It's so awesome. It is a game that everyone can play. Like I said, date night, kid's birthday party. It doesn't matter. Foaling has got it for everybody. So check them out at 435 in State Line or reserve your lane at foalingkc.com. That's foalingkc.com and get your foal on.
Midwest winters take a real toll on your garage door if it isn't ready. Let Overhead Door Company of Kansas City come out and perform their 14-point tune-up on the garage door and 12-point tune-up on the opener. One price covers 3 garage doors and openers. The work is guaranteed. Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Trusted here since 1927. Call now to schedule your garage door tune-up, 816-221-0072, or schedule online at ohdkc.com. ohdkc.com.
Your skin tells a story. At KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, we understand that stress, time, and life can leave their mark, but it's never too late to refresh, renew, and restore your skin. With 25 expert providers across multiple locations, we make glowing skin easy. Same week appointments? Absolutely. Select Saturday appointments available? You got it. From medical clinical dermatology to advanced aesthetic treatments, we're here to help you look and feel your best. Schedule your appointment today at kmcpa.com. KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, beyond the surface.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
It's playoffs time, KC. Rally House has the Chiefs gear you're looking for, including Chiefs official postseason gear and the latest styles fit for the kingdom.
Kansas, Missouri, Kansas State, Chiefs and Royals make KC great. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by the KC Boat and Fishing Show, January 9th through 12th at Bartle Hall.
Get ready for fun in the sun with screaming deals at the KC Boat and Fishing Show, January 9th through 12th at Bartle Hall with kids free admission. Take advantage of 4 days of special show pricing on hundreds of boats plus non-stop entertainment. Go to kcmoboatshow.com for more info.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford, online at kcmetroford.com. On the Kansas side, 35 southbound, very heavy from Lamar down towards Shawnee Mission Parkway with an accident blocking the right lane. At Metro Ford, family-owned and operated means the same trusted faces every visit, just 10 minutes from downtown. Plus, get peace of mind with our 5-year, 200,000-mile pre-owned warranty, including roadside assistance and emergency trip interruption, only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5.
Cody and Gold, weekdays starting at 10 on Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Back here on 96.5 The Fan from the 816. Quit making fun of Bob and Dusty. I'm sure they don't want to be the butt of the joke.
Especially when my mom texted us, 2 asses working together.
Well, why do you think it works?
That's right.
Normally they say opposites attract. I'll just stop there. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Well, there's another butt. Cody just got here. I wonder if he was born. Nah, he probably came out of the womb singing. You'll hear them 10 to 2 here on 96.5 The Fan. Drew, Cody, and Alex.
Did you give the 785 guy a day off for his text about us? Bob Fescoe and Dusty likens the Breach Boys.
Yes, that's great. Take the week. Aruba, Jamaica, how'd your mama make you? Have a great day, boys. Enjoy listening to you.
You got the day off, brother. Stop texting. Go home.
Oh, man, that's great.
That's awesome.
Sometimes I really love my job.
Aruba, Jamaica, how'd your mama make you?
Yep.
That's fantastic.
That's better than the French Toast song, and that's one bar.
The French Toast song is the greatest song of all time. Please play the French Toast song.
Not yet.
Got to play it.
We'll get there. You're going to play it, aren't you? I knew. He just said, well, I have to.
You have to. Now people like it.
There's a little, song, yeah. Bob does pull rank when he wants to hear French Toast. You play French Toast. That's just to get our minds off the ass first birth. When's that T-shirt get made by Ray Gun?
The Breach Boys T-shirts?
Yeah, the Breach Boys.
I think it's really good.
And
I love it.
And then he just has like 96.5 fan T-shirts with asses for faces.
Hopefully they don't burp or sneeze.
French toast had never crossed my mind. There'd be no strips of bacon on the side. No eggs of any kind. If it wasn't for breakfast. If it wasn't for breakfast.
There you go. There it is. Speaking of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, there's a lot of these quarterbacks who can afford the entire meal for the entire city that are getting ready to play in the playoffs. We can rank our quarterbacks in the AFC side of things and the NFC side of things. I put these in the doc. They just happen to be the seeding of the teams. It has no particular order. But when you look at the AFC, this is what's interesting to me. Because you, Mac, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you will say that the NFC is a little bit more heavily favored talent-wise than the AFC. Is that fair? Like the NFC is just team-wise is deeper than the AFC?
Deeper, yeah.
Okay.
AFC is more top-heavy. They have the better quarterbacks, the overall the best teams, but the NFC has 1 through 7. It's better.
Yeah. Okay. So your AFC quarterbacks are listed as this: Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud, Justin Herbert, Russell Wilson, Bo Nix. Is that the order?
I think it is.
You put Russ above Nix.
For right now,
you put CJ above Herbert.
Yeah, CJ has a win in the playoffs. Herbert does not. Yeah.
Those are my two flip-flops.
I mean, I would flip-flop maybe Lamar and Allen.
Okay.
Just because I'm an apologist. But, you know.
Fair enough. Lamarvelous over Josh?
Yeah.
What is Allen's nickname? Does he have one? I'm sure he does.
Yeah, he does.
Pro Football Reference page, Dusty. Go ahead and search it for me, Dusty. Yeah, I mean, Mahomes, which to me is crazy. He's 29 years old, and he has 15 playoff wins. And what did Beakley say? He's one away from tying Joe Montana.
Yeah.
And I think Travis Kelce's like 320-some yards to pass Jerry Rice all-time in playoff reception yards.
Mm-hmm.
Nuts.
He did that last year in the postseason.
Tied touchdowns, right?
No, I'm saying like 330 yards last year in the postseason. But now they played an extra game last year, too.
Fair.
The cannon?
Seriously.
Dude,
what?
That's it? The cannon?
That's worse than Showtime.
And
Showtime's bad.
I never heard that nickname.
The cannon.
That or JA-17?
Not a chance.
Dude, come on.
That's just TB12.
Yeah, these are just, exactly.
PM15.
Yeah.
The cannon sounds like a porn movie. Sorry, Kansas. That is crazy. That's his nickname.
Cannon. I don't know,
Nick's brother? Rough. By the way, there was a text that came in. Lainey Wilson's dad's name is actually Brian Wilson.
Oh, see, I told you.
Yeah, I knew that. Did I not say that'd be his response? Yeah. Mahomes.
From the Breach Boys.
So, she does have a nice ass. So Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, CJ, Herbert, Russ, Nix. You go that order. That's the order you take it? Or you take Lamar over Allen?
I'll go Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, CJ, Hebert, Russ, and Nix. And look, I like Nix. You know I'm a Nix guy.
But based on
what he's done, and he hasn't done anything yet. Yeah.
Playoffs. This is where it kind of gets interesting, is the NFC side of things. I think this is where we'll all go separate routes, right? Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Stafford, Darnold, Daniels, and Jordan Love. I'm very interested to hear Mac's order here.
I think we should all have the same number one. I think that should be the only
Stafford
objective. Yes. The rest, I can understand your guys, but I think number one, we got to put Stafford number one.
Because he's won.
Because he's done it.
And he's good.
And he's damn good.
It's a Hall of Famer.
I mean, yes. I know the West Coast doesn't matter in the NFL as much as it does in other sports, but that, I think, is the Detroit West Coast, like, he got lost in that shuffle, right? Because the Lions were never good, even though he was. And the Rams are just a team that, they're just a team, right? And he's won a Super Bowl and has been really good with them, but they kind of get lost in the shuffle.
So let me ask you this. 2 of the best years in the NFL's history, one quarterback was involved. How much of those were Stafford, and how much of it was the receiver? Because Cooper Kupp, the Triple Crown a couple years ago, and then Calvin Johnson had the historic receiving years. Both Matthew Stafford involved. Is it like 60-40 the receiver, or is it like 50-50?
I think you got to have a quarterback who's willing to pound you the rock no matter what. I think Stafford's that quarterback. He does not care if you're double covered, and sometimes it's a con. He'll throw some picks, but he is going to force you the ball.
Yeah. So I think I'm with you guys. I would put Stafford on that list.
All right, number 2.
Goff.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'd have Jordan Love.
You'd have Jordan
As number
Love?
2?
I think so.
Okay. That's a stretch.
Wow.
I think I would probably go Man, I'd probably go Jalen Hurts.
That's my number 3.
I'm questioning him right now.
That's fair.
The concussion stuff, is he going to be ready? Now, they did cut some
Throw that all
quarterback
out.
the other day.
Throw that all out and say, like, end the playoffs this year. How do you rank those quarterbacks based on, makeup, and, talent?
Yeah, I'd still put Jalen Hurts third probably on my list. Yeah.
So Goff 2.
Yeah, Stafford, Goff, Hurts.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is where we'll start to get off on different routes. So if it goes Stafford, Goff, or Hurts, those are your top 3. We've all unanimously said those are our top 3. Who's the 4th best quarterback? in the
Baker.
AFC? Where would he be in the AFC list?
4th.
4th? You'd have him above Herbert?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Interesting. Okay.
I don't know. I just like the way that guy plays, man.
I get it. A lot of people do.
I mean, yeah. You talk about Stafford not giving a rip. Baker don't give a rip.
No, he just does not care. Like, I like that.
But
Patrick Mahomes doesn't care.
You know when Baker's off, those feet start going real
Yes.
fast.
Yeah, they
And when
do.
those feet stay calm, you're like, we're in for a Baker day. Like when he played the Chiefs, those feet were smooth and
he was
quiet.
ready.
But when he played against, Atlanta twice, those feet were fast.
Well, that is something good about Baker. When everyone's against you, when your back's against the wall, that is when he will step up. That's what he thinks he's the best quarterback in the league. That's something that you need.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's got that mindset and moxie of F it.
Yeah, look what happened when KU tried to not shake his hand. Or
Right.
didn't shake his hand.
Right.
He shook something else.
I think Mina Kimes coined the phrase, you want your quarterback to either believe in Jesus or think they are Jesus. And Baker Mayfield thinks he hung the moon, man. He can do anything.
Mahomes might be both.
That's exactly right.
There's no thinking there.
Yeah, so Goff, Hurts, Baker, and Stafford all off the list. We now go to Sam Darnold, Jordan Love, and Jalen Daniels. I think Love's the next one. I know, that's the NFC. That's what I'm saying. Like, the NFC record-wise is dynamite, and, like, team-wise it's close. But quarterback, it's like, is Goff even in the top 4 in the AFC? Like, is it Mahomes, Allen, Goff, or is it Mahomes, Allen, Herbert, CJ, then Goff?
I got Goff in the top 4 in the AFC still.
Okay, yeah. So out of Sam Darnold, Daniels, and Love, I think I would rank it Love, Daniels, Darnold.
Darnold?
Yeah.
Okay. That's
And
fine.
I know one of those guys is a rookie. My argument in the last segment with the AFC was that Bo Nix is a rookie, but, dude.
You just watched Darnold see ghosts again.
Yeah.
I just watched the rookie of the year in the NFL.
Yeah, I would go Love, then Daniels, then Darnold probably too. Yeah.
These are like when you think of the tier 2 quarterbacks, like these are the tier 2 quarterbacks. None of these guys are, maybe Stafford, but all these guys are tier 2.
Would you put, okay, so let's just talk quarterbacks in general in the NFL. What number do you get to when you get to an NFC quarterback? Because we can just do it. We can just go right now.
Exactly.
Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Herbert.
See, for me, I'd go Goff, Stafford at 4.
Stafford over Herbert again.
Well, you just talking in the NFL. It's Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, and then.
But he's not in the playoffs.
Well, I'm saying in the
NFL, how many
Mahomes,
until you
Allen,
get
Lamar, Burrow, Herbert.
See, I'm having Herbert. I'm having C.J. Stroud. I'm having those
I
names.
I might have had Bob talk me into this. Ask guys. I might take Goff. I might take Goff over Stroud. Due to sample size.
Okay.
Well, yeah, sample size. Like Stroud's had 2 years. 2 years. Yeah.
Two playoff runs.
2 playoff runs, yeah.
Right? But Goff, since going to Detroit, is kind of like the Sam Darnold of Minnesota. Got a guy that believes in him, got a guy that knows how to talk to him, got an offense he can run with, a lot of talent.
Yeah.
And, kind of revived his career. I mean, one of the best
he
trades
did
ever.
take a team to a Super Bowl,
I never like when you say that, but yeah, he didn't. That's the thing. He did not. He was on the team, but
he was really good that year. He beat Patrick Mahomes in a shootout.
No, he beat Patrick Mahomes' defense.
He was not really good in January, which is what we talk about. You're right. In an October game, he scored 54 points. It was awesome. I think Hurts, if he wins one playoff game and looks good in the second, I think he has the biggest chance to make that jump. Because we saw him make the Super Bowl. He was really good on that Super Bowl
There's
run.
a lot of negativity about Jalen.
A lot of
Hurts.
negativity.
Well, yeah, now that he's got Saquon Barkley, how dare.
Yeah. Well, he's only good because he has, good pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I still can't get over that. His name is the Cannon.
Yeah, that's
JA-17, baby. It's not as good as the Breach Boys.
Dusty, Eric Bales was breached also. Well, hey, there we go. We got another buddy of mine. First and last name. Shout out EB, man. Funniest, one of the funniest guys I've ever met.
Is Bieniemy, speaking of EB, interviewing for any jobs or?
Yeah, Jackson State.
Serious?
No.
Oh.
God, no. Yeah, somebody says Josh Allen's name is Jackwagon17. From the 816, Josh Mahomes is B. Allen.
I do like that.
The Cannon. Come on.
The Cannon.
Showtime.
From the 816, love the breakfast song. How can I access that?
Oh, well. I can give you Bob's number. It is 816. I'm kidding. I would never
Play
do
it.
that.
Play it again. Play it again. Everybody be quiet and let this person steal the song from our download.
French toast had never crossed my mind. There'd be no strips of bacon on the side. No eggs of any kind. If it wasn't for breakfast. If it wasn't for breakfast.
It's good.
Coming up on the other side. Best coach openings. We'll get into them. Plus, we get to the theory of Mike Vrabel and Rex Ryan. I can't believe we're bringing that guy's name up once again. But hey, what do you know? The NFL is like history. It just continues to repeat itself. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, if you're headed up to the airport in the next couple of days, months, years, whatever it is, you need to park at Park and Go. But more importantly, this time of year is when you really are going to love my friends over at Park and Go, because every spot is covered. You're not going to have to come back from your trip and worry about having to scrape snow or ice or sleet off of your car, because the folks over at Park and Go have all covered parking spots. And it's so easy to make your reservation at bookparkandgo.com or with their easy-to-use app. Just download it and make your reservation. And make sure you prepay, because when you prepay, you're going to save a boatload of cash and get their lowest possible rate. Then, on the day of your flight, you can experience their great customer service. Just pull in, give them their reservation number. They'll direct you to that covered spot. As soon as you get into that spot, the van meets you and takes you right to the airport terminal. When you get back, nothing to worry about, nothing to sweat about. Grab your bags, walk outside, jump on the bus, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. Join their frequent parker program like we did and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at Heartland Men's Health, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at Heartland Men's Health. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600, or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 965. That's code 965 for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Kansas only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Save on your New Year's car care resolutions with antifreeze, wiper blades, brakes, and more. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 southbound gets very heavy past 18th Street Expressway. Stays very slow down towards Shawnee Mission Parkway with an accident in the right lane, though now in the clearing stages. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Logical hires, people have been fired, openings have been acquired. When it comes to the NFL this time of year, obviously, we knew it before he knew it. Antonio Pierce, have you been told that you're going to be here next year or not? No one said anything to me. As for now, nothing's changed. That means you're fired. When someone hasn't talked to you after a rough season, that's an issue.
But why do these teams continually let these guys do press conferences and then fire them after the press conference?
Couldn't tell you.
This is the second time just this year it's happened. They let Eberflus go out there and do it. They let Antonio Pierce go out there and do it. Oh, that's right. That's why they're horrible organizations.
The Eberflus thing is still wild, man. Like, he had that atrocious clock management. We all remember Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, yeah.
And then they took him to the press conference, and he said, I'd still do it the same way the very next day. And gone.
No, minutes later, he was fired. Like, he was giving that press conference, I think, right? Wasn't he giving it that day? The next day he was talking about it, and then they fired him?
I can't quite remember. It was shortly after.
It wasn't. The fact that it was that close is enough said.
Yeah, I mean, what ridiculous stuff by these organizations. So that's why they have openings all the time, right?
What is the best coach opening?
I'm writing them down right now to look at them and really decide, because I don't know that there really is a good one.
I think the best one, and again, the ifs on all these that you just talked about earlier, the ifs.
Giants, Jets, Bears, Raiders, Jacksonville.
New England.
Here's my... New Orleans?
New Orleans.
Yeah. So here's
7.
why I think the Bears' job is the best job. That city, that team, that fan base is pining for success. And that is a gigantic city in Chicago. We all know that. It's one of the top sports markets in the country. If you are the guy, like if you're Ben Johnson, and this is the name that everybody's going after, Benny J. If you're Ben Johnson and you believe in Caleb Williams and the roster that they put around him, and you can go out there and compete in that NFC North, because if you look at it, Minnesota has a lot of questions this offseason. They paid Jefferson. He's not going anywhere. Addison's contract will come up eventually. Sam Darnold, J.J. McCarthy, all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And Kevin O'Connell continue to do it. Detroit's getting ready to run into contract issues. Now, I think they signed Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think he's good. Jameson Williams getting ready to come up on his rookie contract. Laporta's going to come up on a rookie contract. Jahmyr Gibbs, they signed Montgomery to an extension, yada, yada, yada. They got Aiden Hutchinson, who I don't know if they paid him yet or not. If they did, congratulations. If not, it's coming.
He's on year 2.
So, yeah, that's coming. If you can get into Chicago and build your system and you think like Mac and I think that Caleb Williams does have the talent and you can win in that city, that is the best job.
And I'll
and you don't have to do much. You just have to give them belief. And like hilarious that the Dallas Cowboys are like, absolutely, Mike McCarthy, you're not going there. Blessing in disguise to the Bears. You do not want a guy like Mike McCarthy going to Chicago. That's just me personally.
I think Mike McCarthy would be a better choice than a lot of these guys that are out there right now. I don't think the Bears opening is a very good opening at all. I think, quite frankly, that opening sucks. And the reason I think that opening sucks is because their ownership is total ass. The McCaskey family sucks. Mm-hmm. They don't know what they're doing, and they have not been a relevant, good franchise since 1985, and we're talking about 40 years since this team has been relevant. I was reading something the other day. Since this McCaskey guy, has kind of taken over the day-to-day operations, this guy George McCaskey, he's been in place 14 years. They've had like 4 coaches and 5 GMs. That is not a recipe to have success. And so I look at these job openings probably a lot different than most people do. I look at them and I say, okay, which the Giants don't have an opening. I don't know why I put them down. I look at these jobs and I say, which one has the best ownership? Which one gives me the best opportunity to have success? And I think when I'm looking at ownership of these franchises, the Jets, the Bears, the Raiders, Jacksonville, New England, and New Orleans, I got to say New England has the best ownership of all of that, right? And also they're building a new practice facility, not that matters, but they're investing back into the team and whatnot. I like Drake May as their quarterback as well. And so you've got an owner that understands what it takes to win. Obviously, you can say what you want about Robert Kraft, but he was the owner of that franchise when they won 18 Super Bowls. You got Drake May, who I think is a really good quarterback. So for me, I think New England is the best opening because they have the best ownership. After that,
we just sat here and clowned Kraft yesterday.
But of these teams that are open, Kraft is a better owner than Woody Johnson. Kraft is a better owner than the Bears. Kraft is a better owner than Jacksonville. Kraft is a better owner than the Raiders, and Kraft is a better owner than New Orleans. Not that we're sitting here saying Robert Kraft is this unbelievable, oh my God, he's an awesome owner. But of the openings that are out there, it all starts with ownership. And there are reasons why the Bears are now looking for their third head coach in 4 years. Yeah. The Jets continue to look for coaches. The Raiders continue to look for coaches. Jacksonville continues to look for coaches. New Orleans continues to look for coaches. And now New England is kind of getting on that path a little bit. But, I mean, all of these organizations just have downright awful, bad, terrible, no good ownership. And until those folks change, these same organizations every 2 to 3 years are going to be in this spot.
I think you guys laid it out perfectly. I think Chicago and New England, those are probably the top 2 destinations. I think New England barely, but partially due to what you said, Bob. And also you go Chicago, look at that division. That division ain't going nowhere. I mean, the Vikings, they're looking up. The Lions, they're looking up. The Packers, they got love for a long time. You look at the AFC East. I mean, the Jets, they're a dumpster fire. The Dolphins ain't going anywhere soon with Tua.
Right.
The Bills is it. That's your only competition in division. And plus, I really like Drake May.
Yeah. He impressed me this year.
Yeah, I really like Caleb Williams too. So I'm either or.
Where does New England pick this year? 4th, 5th?
I think they're 4th.
Do they take Travis Hunter or do they take a left tackle?
Gosh, I hope they take a left tackle.
Well, you think Travis Hunter will go number 1 to New Orleans or to Nashville?
Gosh.
No, they're drafting quarterback. They're not throwing Will Levis out there.
You saw Primetime commented on the Amy Adams or commented on the Titans thing. So
what did he say?
It was just like, oh boy, or some tweet like that when they fired Rand Cawthon, their GM. So you know that he's not a fan of that move. So he doesn't want his son going to Nashville.
Literally voiced his opinion plenty of times that he's like, he will be like the guy that's like, they're not
going.
Also, I don't know why this is, I think this is, and we'll get back to the logical hires. I think that the Dion thing is so unfair the way that he is scrutinized. I understand that he has merited a lot of it with some of his commentary. Why does it matter where these kids enjoy their draft selection? Like Dion said that Travis and Shedeur are going to be all together with all their families and all their coaches on draft night. They're not going to the draft.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
Well, they should represent the NFL.
Hang on a second. Yeah. How many times, and Chris Jones, for one, has been brought to this thing and has been made a goof sitting in the green room because they didn't get drafted? Nobody wants that.
I would say go ask Will Levis what happened on draft night. Hell,
his girlfriend dumped him.
She got sponsored, and then he got drafted by the Titans the next day. Here's the deal. Like, what's it matter to people? Like, what's it matter? Like, where would you want to be? Would you want to go across stage and hug Goodell with a fake hug and get a jersey that says number 1 and wave to the crowd? Or would you rather be around your family and, get the call and have that sort of scene?
Rather be around my family. There's no question.
Where is the NFL draft this year?
It's in Green Bay.
Yeah, I'll stay home.
I forgot that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, dude. April in Green Bay is like January in Kansas City.
Yeah, no.
I just don't understand why it's everybody else's. Like, Deion just not letting these kids speak for themselves. Yeah, he is.
How about Deion has experience and is giving these guys options based on what he's experienced, and if they decide to do what they decide to do, come on.
Felix and Duke Uzama went into the draft, and he went to school right down the road.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knew he was going to the first round,
Probably
but
not.
either way,
Yeah.
it's in your hometown. Why not go?
Right.
There's a chance. I'm sure somebody was calling his phone like, hey, there's a chance if the Chiefs are still at 32 or 31, whatever it was.
Get a suit on and get down there. Yeah.
I'm sure you can.
Right. But then you look at Chris Jones or Aaron Rodgers or Brady Quinn
Drew
or
Lock.
Some of these guys that were at the draft and never get picked where they think they're going to get picked, and then the camera's constantly in their face. Look at this loser. He hasn't been picked yet. That sucks for the kids.
Or you can have a classic draft night where CeeDee Lamb gets drafted and his girlfriend at the time tries to grab his phone. He grabs it right back and rolls his eyes. It's one of the funniest draft videos I've ever seen in my life. No, you're not looking at that. Give it back. And then give her what are you doing?
Yeah.
So logical hires. This is kind of a list that you got together here, Bob. The Jets is where we start off.
Yeah, I made this list based on who seems to be the obvious choice for these jobs. Okay, the Jets for me, I think it's Rex Ryan.
You think the vest still fits?
No, yes, because he lost a lot of weight. He had the lap band surgery. Go look at a picture of Rex Ryan when he first took the job with the Jets in 2010. Massively huge.
Big boy.
He very, very, very small.
Only if he brings Rob back.
Did I ever show you the dancing video of Rob Ryan at the Super Bowl with his wife? It is just a brilliant video. I'll send it to you in the break. It's unbelievably awesome. So I think Rex Ryan is the perfect fit for the Jets. It is a dumpster fire. Give me more. Just pour gasoline on this thing.
Because you don't think he succeeds.
No, but what the Jets need, they need to revive their fan base, right? And you know how people are with history. Oh, we should bring back Marty. We should bring back this. Okay, let's take a deep breath. We don't need to bring back everybody from the past, but this just feels like the right move for the Jets, right?
I'd bring back Kafka if Nagy leaves.
To
Kansas City.
To Kansas City. He's with the Giants now as like an offensive coordinator or something. No, I don't think
he's still there.
Well, as of this moment, I don't know. Yeah. So I think Rex Ryan is that perfect. It's like what the fans want. Give them what they want. They're paying the tickets. They're paying the freight. It's a business. Fans want Rex Ryan. Give them Rex Ryan. It'll be fun. For the Saints, some other random assistant coach that we don't know is going to get that job.
My dyslexia went into that, and I thought it said other radio assistant.
Random.
I was like, radio assistant.
Get ready, bro.
Do I have a chance?
Yeah.
I can clog a toilet.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that one guy did.
That's exactly
and then
right.
won.
Yeah, the clogger. Yeah.
The cannon.
So the Raiders, I think, now it may be Vrabel, but I'm thinking Gruden or Pete Carroll line up for that job. I think Pete Carroll would be a good fit for Oakland. They need some respect. They need an adult in the room. So I think that's like Pete Carroll or John Gruden's always going to be a name in Oakland. Every time it surfaces, Gruden's name is going to come up. I think the Bears, they're going to end up getting Mike Tomlin via trade. I think that's where they're going to go. I think that's what the Bears have to do. In order for the Bears to get back to respectability and have people like me not rip on their ownership, they need a legit head coach. They need their Andy Reid. Mike Tomlin would be the Bears' Andy Reid, in my opinion. Which brings us to the Steelers. Hire David Shaw. I love David Shaw, the former Stanford coach.
Yeah.
He's on the staff of Denver right now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know where he was.
I've watched him on draft coverage over the years. Genius,
I saw
leader.
his name.
That's a guy I would hire in a second.
Okay.
So if I'm the Bears, I'm trading for Mike Tomlin. And then the Steelers hired David Shaw. Great hire by both of those squads. The Patriots, Vrabel, I guess, maybe. Or maybe they go back to Pete Carroll because that was a guy that Robert Kraft fired for Belichick. Maybe has regrets. Maybe you bring Pete Carroll back for a second opportunity in New England, and then the Jags will hire some rando assistant. I don't know. Some guy that everybody tells you you're supposed to love, and then in 6 months sucks.
Yeah, they said that, what is it? I bet Joe Brady goes there.
Jacksonville?
Yeah.
His name's being talked up for sure.
Well, they were great this year on offense, and they didn't have Stephon Diggs. They didn't have what's his face that torched us, Gabe Davis.
Oh,
got rid of him.
Davis,
He's in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Jacksonville has weapons. Like, they have receivers. Like, they really do. Like, they do. Some of them were hurt.
They just
Evan
drafted a
Ingram, Christian
star.
Kirk. Yeah.
They
Brian
do,
Thomas Jr., Christian Kirk, and they have Evan Ingram.
Evan Ingram's a big
And then
piece there.
ATM.
Yeah.
Your boy, right?
Don't fumble on the first play of the game.
And maybe Joe Brady could do something with Trevor Lawrence. It's a big project. That's the guy that lives down the street that has the car that you're like, you're never going to fix that up. You're never going to fix it up. I can tell you right now, you're going to end up selling that on Facebook Marketplace. But then all of a sudden, it's like, you know what? By God, he did go out there and fix that up. And it's actually okay. It actually does run pretty well. It doesn't cost him a whole lot. He can get it. Joe Brady's a guy unlike.
But who has he fixed, Joe Brady?
That Buffalo offense, they got rid of Ken Dorsey, and since then, it's been a year and a half.
The sky was falling last year.
Oh,
and they
especially in the
fired
press
Ken
box.
Dorsey.
He was pouting and doing all that.
Oh, yeah.
But Josh Allen wasn't like
No.
It's not like you're taking over Trevor Lawrence.
Do you think that Todd Monken gets a job offer soon?
Yes.
I was going to say, he's a name that's not really talked about, but I'm wondering if because their offense last year was good. Yeah. Their offense was good last year. It's been better this year.
It's only second season.
Well, they added Derrick Henry. This is Monken's first year as the OC because the other guy didn't run the ball in the second half last year against the Chiefs. They fired his ass.
No, that was Monken.
Oh, that was?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they got rid of their D coordinator last year, didn't they?
He left. He got a head coaching job. He's Seahawks, Mike McDonald.
So, I don't know, man. Joe Brady's an interesting name because of what they've done offensively. Now, it's also like when you separate the play caller from the gunslinger, does it follow suit, right?
Would Liam Cohen be a name?
Who?
I know.
Neeson's brother.
OC at Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Baker's best year. Who's better, Baker or Josh Allen? Right, it's Josh Allen.
Right.
He's made Baker look a lot better. Josh Allen less of a reclamation project. I don't know. That's a name that I've heard.
Hire either of those guys, you'll be looking for a new coach in 3 years.
Yeah. Somebody just said Dorsey just got fired for the Browns for this. They're OC. Yeah, for sure.
The Browns fired that guy.
Yeah, he lasted 1 year and he's out. And then the Niners just fired their defensive coordinator.
Dan Sorensen, right?
Yeah. Is he Dan's brother?
I don't know.
They look similar. Dan's hair's not as flowing.
How many Sorensens are running around the NFL? It may be his cousin or something.
Got to be some sort of relation. I don't know. I think Jacksonville's a better job than people think it is now that we talk about this.
That's fair.
Now, the text line I'll give credit to, terrible division. So if you're a new coach.
Yeah, you can win easily down
right?
there.
And
yeah.
you don't need to prove much. You can go, the Texans won that division 10-7. You could take that team to 9 to 10 wins, I think. Playing the Colts, playing playing the Colts, the Titans, and the Titans are rebuilding. They're going to have a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, two AFC South teams hold top 5 picks. Jacksonville with the 5th overall pick.
That's where Travis Hunter's going.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because you're going to go quarterback, right?
Cleveland at number 2.
Quarterback.
Really?
Yeah, because did you hear that Deshaun had a setback?
Now he had a setback, which is total BS.
Yeah,
that's a lie.
He had a setback.
What do you believe more? Harbaugh remembers his day of birth, or that Watson had a setback?
Day of birth for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No question.
No, I think because what I heard reports going into that Cleveland and Ravens game, last game of the year, and why Baltimore was a 20-point favorite, by the way, 20-point favorite. The second highest I've ever seen. I think New England one year was like a 21-point favorite over like a bad Miami team or whatever it was. They, as an organization, are basically giving the ownership the middle finger because of how they handled that Deshaun sort of situation. And they're like, we don't care. Like, Miles is going to get his incentive. After that, like, Chubb's out. His career is probably over.
Yeah, that sucks.
Jerry Judy's out there trying to get incentives. And when you're playing for money and not playing for team, and that's a big eye-opener to the ownership where it's like, okay, we screwed this up. And it's like, not every ownership owns it. The Giants, props to them. They owned their mishap. They were like, you know what we did? What we did was wrong. We gave Daniel Jones money. Should have known that he looked like Andy Kaufman. It wasn't going to be it was all a joke. And they kept their coach and their GM.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to be fair, that leash is about that big for Dave. Like he'd be the first coach fired midseason next year if it goes.
He'll have the best odds to be fired first. There's no doubt. But who are they going to give him as quarterback next year?
There are trades. There are
No,
names.
I know. That's going to be interesting to see the quarterback market, not from a draft standpoint, because I don't think there's anybody worthy of it in the draft. I just don't this year. So it's going to be interesting to see how.
Will top 5 teams take a quarterback or trade for a quarterback? Or go sign a quarterback? Titans are drafting one, so that's off the board. But I could see Cleveland going and getting like Kirk Cousins. They spend money stupidly.
But they've also got stupid money already invested.
Right.
They already have that money invested. So then you're asking the owner to spend double the amount of money, which they make it, we're not doing that.
Jags aren't taking a quarterback.
Yeah, neither is New England. Yeah.
New England's not taking
New England's not. The Giants, I mean, they need a quarterback. Are they going to draft one? See, this is where you cannot get pigeonholed. Just because you need a quarterback doesn't mean with the 3rd pick you take a quarterback. When there are so many other good players that can help your team. And this is why general managers and coaches fail all the time in the NFL, because they draft for what the draftniks, the nerds, the fans, us, they don't draft the right players. They draft for positional need all the time. Just because you need a quarterback doesn't mean you draft a quarterback, especially this year, because there isn't one worthy of being in the top 10, 15, 20 this year.
Thanks for listening, Mike, from the 620. Ben Johnson, question mark. If you talked about him going somewhere, Chicago is what we talked about at the start of the segment. Sorry if you weren't in your car. I apologize. That's rude on my part. But yeah, I think he's going to Chicago. I really do. I just think it's.
I don't think Chicago can hire a guy like that. I think they need a star.
I know he's in division, but like they have to nail it, and he's the number one name, and he's waited and waited and waited for the right opportunity, and I think this is the right opportunity. I know people say Caleb's a bust, but no, he's not.
I don't think this.
Everyone thought Bryce Young was a bust, and we might be talking about Bryce Young being a damn good quarterback.
He may be comeback player of the year next year, right?
Well, that's what the award is.
Yeah.
It's exactly what the award is.
He was bad. It was good.
But I don't know, man. Like, I'm not sold on Ben Johnson. That's fair. He can pound, the pavement for I care.
Pound sand.
I don't think the Chicago job is a job for another quote unquote no name head coach. And you look at who they hired, Eberf, whatever. Then they had Nagy before that. Then they had John Fox was in the mix for a hot minute. They had the guy who wore eyeshadow that coached in Canada. Like the Bears need to go out and get a legitimate head coach. They need their Andy Reid. That's the only way I can explain it for Chicago. And Ben Johnson, whoever the hell he is not your Andy Reid. That's why I say you go and you trade for Mike Tomlin. That's Chicago's Andy Reid.
So, or to your theory, and I'm not trying to be an ass first guy here, do you think Pete Carroll's that guy?
I could be. I'd be okay with that too. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Because he's like 73, but looks like 50.
So, because if Pete Carroll were to go to Chicago, I think you would see similarities in what Dick Vermeil did to the Chiefs. He's not there for 5-6 years. He's there for a little bit, get the team back up.
Yeah, Vermeil signed a 3-year contract and stayed 2 more after that. So he did 5. Yeah. So that puts Pete Carroll at 78. But, I mean, you're only as old. I mean, he could watch that show and age backwards, which he may have. I mean, Pete Carroll may be Benjamin Buttons. But no, that's
on the end of that name?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you say Illinois?
Illinois.
Okay. I think it's just Benjamin Button.
It is? Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know. Is it Button singular?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Speaking of butts.
Yeah, right? But I just think the Bears need to go out there and hire a legitimate head coach. They need that cachet. If they go out and hire Ben Johnson, you're not going to win over a lot of the fan base. You're just not. Just because a guy called plays in Detroit doesn't mean he's a good leader and he's a good face and he's somebody that you need to turn your organization around. Like, that thing needs a cleansing, right? Just like Kansas City did. It needed a cleansing, and you went and hired the cleaner. You got Andy Reid. There are cleaners out there that the Bears can hire. Ben Johnson just isn't that guy.
Fair enough. There was a documentary that disappointed Fescoe last night. I was okay with it. We'll get to other disappointing movies or documentaries that were hyped up. What say you? Text line 913-586-76. Wait, what? 913-586-7965.
Something like that.
Yeah, and we'll get to your biggest disappointments on the other side.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5, The Fan.
Well, Golden Oak Lending is here to help you out just like they've done for us over the years. And now that the holidays are over, the new year has started, you're kind of getting back into that routine. the bills are going to start coming due. And you're looking at all that money you spent over the holidays and you're thinking, boy, if I could go a couple of months without having to make a mortgage payment, I'd be great. Well, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending may be able to help you get to that part of your life. Wouldn't you like to go to the next 60 days without having to make a mortgage payment? Well, get started with Golden Oak's free mortgage checkup. It's absolutely risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. You just call and have a conversation with the folks over at Golden Oak. They'll say, what do you want to do with your financial goals? Where do you want to get to with your financial life? And you tell them everything that you want to accomplish. Maybe you've got a wedding coming up or college tuition's coming due, or you just want to pay off those holiday bills. Golden Oak Lending can help you get to that spot. So they'll talk to you. You'll give them your information, and they'll say, look, we'll find out a mortgage that we have if it's great for you. If not, we're going to keep you in the mortgage that you currently have. But in 6 months, we'll call you again. That's right. They'll call you and let you know that rates have dropped. So take Golden Oak's free mortgage checkup. It's the best thing you're going to do for yourself. Like I said, risk-free, no paperwork, no credit card required. Just call 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey, Missouri sports fans, I've got great news for you. Underdog is available to play in your state. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all of your takes during the playoffs. Which players are going to go off and which ones are going to stay ice cold. And with over 5 million happy players and 2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all of your favorite athlete performances. Underdog is the only champs platform that puts the power to cash out in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button to cash out whenever you want. And every dog deserves a second chance. And with Underdog Rescues, you can get your money back and receive a promo code if an early injury causes your entry to lose. Underdog is the best place to play champs. Download the app, sign up with promo code BOB, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hey, it's Rex here with RexBuysKC.com, your local KC home buyer. If you own a property in the Kansas City or surrounding area and want to sell it fast and at a fair price, write this number down, 816-330-6000. I'm a private real estate investor, not some hedge fund or large national chain. My family and I live right here in KC. I can pay cash and close on your timeline, even in as little as 3 days. Here at RexBuysKC.com, we are improving Kansas City one house at a time. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, foreclosure houses, behind in payment houses, my tenant won't pay the rent houses, and properties that need complete rehabs. Do you own a house that's trashed and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at this number, 816-330-6000. That's 816-330-6000, or go to RexBuysKC.com. That's RexBuysKC.com, and I look forward to working with you.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or Hellsberg.com.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. Choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisement. Past results afford no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
I got hurt in a car wreck. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons you should call us? 1, it's easy. You can hire us today on your phone. 2, it's fast. We can start helping you today. 3, the results.
After my wreck, DM Law got me $300,000. Mike's got this.
Call me. I've got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford, online at kcmetroford.com. Kansas side 35 southbound still slow from 635 down towards Shawnee Mission Parkway with an earlier accident. At Metro Ford, family owned and operated means the same trusted faces every visit. Just 10 minutes from downtown. Plus, get peace of mind with our 5-year, 200,000-mile pre-owned warranty, including roadside assistance and emergency trip interruption, only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
There you go.
Sounds like Anselmo's walking into Jasper's. What the heck was that?
That's right. There's a meatball sub coming quickly on that side of the restaurant.
Woo!
We brought up the question on the other side. The Jerry Springer documentary, Fights Camera Action, 2-part series. Nice calling that.
Well, it ended, and the guy goes, roll credits at the end, and I'm like, well, okay, this is it, I guess. I don't need any more.
Right. So I'll finish that tonight. I started last night.
Oh, okay, you didn't get to the end.
It's okay.
Did you watch the first part?
Yeah, that director or producer is an ass.
You don't really need the second part.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be honest with you.
They just basically tell you that he dies.
Jerry?
Yeah.
And they go through the whole thing of that love triangle and the murder and how they don't want to be blamed for it. And they shouldn't be blamed for that. I mean, it happened months after the show, and they're like, are we supposed to be responsible for everybody? But it led to one guy quitting. It just wasn't. You could have condensed that into another 5 minutes and had a 1-part documentary for that thing.
So we asked you guys, what's the most hyped documentary or movie that you were anticipating that just absolutely flopped in your mind? From the top text, Mac, you ready for this one?
Yeah.
720. Most hyped and least rewarding documentary. Fescoe moves to 96.5. Dusty, get a clue. Your show would be better without him on it. You, sir, can kiss my ass.
Get out of here.
We need more nice people in the world.
Come on,
you should
man.
click on his. I almost responded to him at 8:17 this morning and said, "You're the reason why I don't like to look at the text line because you're rude, crude, and socially unacceptable."
Come on, man.
Why would you do
that? Come on, let's be nicer to people.
He had a shot at me earlier about the French toast song. So you know what? Play the French toast song. Would you please play the French toast song?
Come on, man.
Because when you don't like it,
let's be kind. We're only 8 days in a new year. Come on, guys.
I don't understand why people are just negative and nasty on the text line. Seriously, what does it bring you joy? And if it does, man, that sucks.
I'm sorry for you. I mean, I hope that you can change your opinion and obviously be nice. But we
completely unnecessary.
Yeah, we talk about documentaries that flopped, failed. In your opinion, I like this one.
Yeah,
the Blair Witch Project, because that came out when I was thinking either 5th grade. I was young. And I remember it was supposed to be generational. It was supposed to be new. It was supposed to be this new, sort of from a personal own view camera, before POVs got really weird. But
it sucked.
It was kind of it
made me sick.
Sucked is tough. But for me, it was more so I was okay, it's creative, it's interesting. But then when it was over, I was I wanted a little more. I was and maybe I'm wrong about this, I was kind of like that about Batman Begins. Where I started that, I watched that movie and I'm like, this is the worst of the 3. Yeah. So a lot of people will disagree with that. A lot of people say the first Batman of the Nolan series is the best one. Come on. The second one, The Dark Knight, to me is one of the best movies of all time.
Ever.
And the first one I watched it, I've seen it 2 or 3 times. I'm just kind of yeah, it's slow. It's the origin story. It's Liam Neeson. It's all this sort of stuff. And then I'm but the other two, I'm damn. So, I don't know. The Blair Witch is a good one. I can understand why it would make you sick.
No, I get motion sickness, so I speak from a different perspective on that. Watching that made me absolutely sick. Where would Tiger King rank
where I was going.
if we didn't have COVID?
Oh, interesting.
Because everybody watched it and loved it because, it was unique. We were all home, cool, and that lasted like 5 minutes, and then everybody got stir crazy. But everybody at that point in time had already seen Tiger King. Does anybody know who this guy is? I mean, like...
That's a good song to play. Tiger or Man? That song is cringe. That guy is cringe.
Who?
The Tiger King guy?
Oh.
He sang a song called Tiger Saw a Man.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Oh my God. You guys hate French toast. Tiger Saw a Man might be one of the worst songs you ever hear in your life.
Yeah.
Honestly, do you think The Last Dance gets all the hype if it was not COVID?
No.
You don't think so either?
No.
Because I think that was dynamite of a document. Like that was one, it's the opposite of what we're talking about.
I can tell you this for a fact. I would not have watched Tiger King, and I would have not have watched The Last Dance had it not been for COVID. I probably still would not have seen Breaking Bad or The Wire or Better Call Saul if it wasn't for COVID. If it wasn't for COVID.
Yeah. Somebody says, I'm very proud to say I've never watched Tiger King. That's fair.
That's good. Yeah, great.
I mean, you didn't ruin any brain cells.
No. So the other one that I thought, and I don't know if it was a documentary, it was a movie. And I remember watching it at training camp in Hudson, Wisconsin one year.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a movie about like this, I think it was called The Village, where like these people lived inside the
an M. Night
fences.
Shyamalan movie, yeah.
And they thought it was like 1832, and really it was like 2010 outside the village or whatever year it was.
You ever seen The Village, Mac? Don't need to now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was one of those where you're like, oh, okay. But that's tough because like what's unfortunate about those type of movies is the movies that came before them by the same director. Like The Sixth Sense is one of the greatest. Like
I loved The Sixth Sense.
And then he came back with The Village. And it's like, ugh.
Like he tried to recreate The Sixth Sense in a totally different way where at the end you were like, oh my God.
Because his big thing is like the hook at the end, right? Like at the end of The Sixth Sense, you're like, Bruce Willis the whole time. You're like, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, Bruce
and then
Willis
you go back,
was dead.
And then you go back and look at it, it's like, oh, every scene there's a dead person, there's the color red is there. Then you go back and watch The Village, and you start, and like...
Did you go back and watch The Sixth Sense more than once?
I
See,
did.
that was a movie for me. I watched it once. I will not watch that again. Not because I'm scared or anything.
I think you should.
Really?
Because you'll pick up on subtle things. Like my dad told me, he's like, go back and watch it again, and you'll see, like, anytime there's red in a scene, it's supposed to let you know that someone there is dead, and every time that Bruce Willis in a scene, there's something red. The doorknob, the balloon, the car, stuff like that.
Interesting.
That damn Carol Baskins. We wouldn't know who that is.
Yeah, we wouldn't know her, yeah.
Oh, man. Tiger saw a man and man saw a tiger. Something like that. That guy married 3 guys in one day at the same place. Good for Tiger King. And then tried to get pardoned.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen.
French toast had never crossed my mind.
Okay.
There'd be no strips of bacon on the side. No eggs of any kind. If it wasn't for breakfast. If it wasn't for breakfast.
I love this text. If we got rid of all the negative and rude people on this planet, this world would be such a better place. Because there'd be 16 people. That's great. There's another take the day off, man.
That is good. I like it.
The hateful texters are the same people that have fake Twitter handle and just spit vile stuff on people all day.
Yeah, like, but what do you get out of that?
This is from Travis. Avatar, my top overrated movie. That hurts me a little bit. Because I thought Avatar was good. Long. I got a little, because that was one where you put the glasses on.
Yeah.
And I got a little...
It was still when 3D was like cool.
Yeah, now it's...
it's whatever.
You don't like 3D now?
I don't know if I ever did.
I don't know if I did either.
I was like, I think it was just one of those things where it's like, you'll love it. I'm like, will I? Like,
okay.
Like Avatar did, like you talk about Blair Witch. Avatar at one point I did take my glasses off and I was like, oh my, that is a lot. Like I had to stop, so.
I'm trying to think of the first 3D movie we saw, like when we were kids. You wore the red and blue glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Coraline for me.
I don't remember now. But I do remember the day I was born. I came out ass first.
Mm-hmm. Same. Makes us friends.
But buddies.
Okay. All right. Kind of on the other side. But before we do that, I want to tell you something about we here at a station.
About what?
About what we at the station do. No. Easy. We're butt guys, remember? But we've made some playoff T-shirts thanks to our friends over at Gates Barbecue. So be on the lookout on how you can get these next week. And don't forget to get Gates Barbecue for your tailgate or if you're watching at home this weekend. Also, Fescoe and Dusty brought to you by Rainer Garage Doors of Kansas City. LiftMaster is Matt IQ Technology and is the #1 professionally installed garage door opener. Find them at RainerKC.com. Coming up on the other side, is this guy a must-sign moving forward for this Chiefs franchise? 913-586-7965. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. We're the Ass Man. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
I just want to say how awesome it is to have Bob Fescoe and Legend Likens on every morning to start my day. I freaking love you guys.
On your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
All right, Missouri sports fans, I've got something that is awesome, wonderful, and perfect for you, and it is great news. Underdog is available to play right now in the state of Missouri. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all of your takes during the playoffs. Which players are going to go off, which ones are going to be ice cold. And with over 5 million happy players and 2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. And with their Champs game, you could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on the player's stats, whether it's yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and more. And they've got all of your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. I had one over the weekend where I had Devontae Adams over a half touchdown. I had Carson Wentz over a half total yards, and I had Bo Nix over 227.5 yards. And man, I won big, and it was so much fun. Underdog is the only Champs platform that puts the power to cash out in your hands now, or you can either keep riding your entry and tap the Win Now button to cash out whenever you want. Underdog is the best place to play Champs. Download the app, sign up with the promo code BOB, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
It's just not normal. The pain calls from chronic joint pain day after day. But some of you have dealt with that pain for so long, it's become your new normal. Short-term fixes are not working. Make the decision now to say no, not going to live with it. Get moving again in 2025 with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, joint preservation. Yes, you can revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery. This is the future of medicine using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain from arthritis. Tens of thousands of people with pain have discovered these cellular treatments and they're living life again without that constant pain in their joints. Want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints, get lasting relief with these amazing treatments? Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299.
It's cold outside, and the cupboard is bare. No worries. Let Hy-Vee do the shopping with Aisles Online. It's easy. Go to Hy-Vee.com, choose your store, select your items, and schedule a convenient pickup or delivery time. Right now, get $10 off any $125 Aisles Online purchase. What could be better? We do the shopping and deliver your groceries. You stay warm and save money. Download the Aisles Online app or go to Hy-Vee.com today.
As the Chiefs go for a three-peat in the big game, Hy-Vee's making my life easier. Hy-Vee's my one-stop shop for all game day needs. From official Chiefs apparel to fan favorites, including wings, ready-to-bake pizza, and freshly prepared dips like spinach artichoke, street corn, and buffalo chicken dip. Hy-Vee has Chiefs-themed cookies and sheet cakes and cupcakes as well. Plus, don't forget the Hy-Vee Wine and Spirits department for all of your game day beverages. Elevate your home gate at Hy-Vee, the official grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Get ready for fun in the sun with screamin' deals at the KC Boat and Fishing Show. January 9th through 12th at Bartle Hall with kids free admission. Take advantage of 4 days of special show pricing on hundreds of boats plus non-stop entertainment. Go to kcmoboatshow.com for more info.
Your skin tells a story. At KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, we understand that that stress, time, and life can leave their mark, but it's never too late to refresh, renew, and restore your skin. With 25 expert providers across multiple locations, we make glowing skin easy. Same week appointments? Absolutely. Select Saturday appointments available? You got it. From medical dermatology to advanced aesthetic treatments, we're here to help you look and feel your best. Schedule your appointment today at kmcpa.com. KMC Dermatology and Med Spa. Beyond the surface.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by the Missouri Air National Guard. Serve your community your way. Serve your country and build a brighter future with the Missouri Air National Guard. Top-notch training, tuition assistance, and bonuses up to $50,000. Missouri Air National Guard St. Joseph. Aim high. Find your path today. Go to ang.com/MO.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 southbound, lingering delays from an earlier problem as you make your way from Antioch down towards Shawnee Mission Parkway. Missouri side, still a little slow, 470 westbound around Pryor with a stalled in the right lane. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Hey, it's Trey Smith, and you're listening to the home of the back-to-back Super Bowl champs on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
I saw a lot of cars in the front lawn, or the side lawn, or the shoulder, or the on-ramp. I saw a snowplow on the on-ramp.
Stuck?
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you see that car that was, like, hanging on the bridge? Like,
yeah. I saw that on Twitter or X, formerly Twitter. Yeah. Whew. That's tough. Talked about it earlier, but, again, funny story, by the way. You know, you're talking about nobody was at work yesterday. So my buddy, who works in construction, I come home after my terrible day yesterday. And he goes, you know how many people showed up at my job today? I was like, you? He goes, and one other.
Wow.
I was like, damn, dude. I was like, what time did you get home? Noon. I was like, good for you, man.
Yeah,
and he's
right,
like,
yeah.
well, we couldn't do any construction, right? He's like, we couldn't really do anything. And like, I'm not going to watch, I can't watch the guy lay concrete today. Obviously, it's too cold and there's snow everywhere.
Right,
so I was
yeah.
like,
So what are you going to do? Yeah.
Right.
You forget about those guys who were busting their ass.
Remember the guy that said he had to like cut trees off power lines? Like, thank God it wasn't windy.
No doubt. I mean, it's windy like it is out in California right now with 100-mile-an-hour winds too, where they can't put these fires out, and it's scary out there, man. Scary. We'll talk to Ben Mallard tomorrow. He's out there in the middle of all this, and I feel bad. Like, his wife works for one of the police departments out there, and she's kind of like all hands on deck, nobody's going home type of thing. They try to fight these fires, man. It's wild, man.
Yeah. Getting back to a buddy on the text line. Old Bryson. I don't know if do you remember Bryson? Did I ever tell you that story?
I don't know.
He was a young kid that loved after hours, wants to do radio, wants to do sports radio, and wrote me a handwritten note about how much he loves sports and all the things
cool.
that relatable. So shout out to Bryson.
Nice. Bryson.
Yeah, no doubt. Somebody says, shout out to all the jack wagons that park their cars on the street during snowstorms.
Yeah.
Tough. I mean, I know a lot of those cars don't have places to go. Like, I was watching news stories. Guys like, well, what am I supposed to do now? I'm like, dude, at this point, like with this sort of record snow, grab a shovel. I mean, sorry, dude.
That's just what you got to do. Yeah, my neighbor's son parked his car in the street, and it was all plowed in yesterday, and they were out. They dug it out finally, and were able to kind of, get their day moving. But on 69 this morning, there was a van, and obviously at the time that I'm coming in, it's not somebody just sitting there. This thing was all plowed in, oh God,
that could be damaged too.
Well, yeah, but how's he going to get this thing out? You're almost to the point at this time, let it melt.
Yeah,
what are you going to do? Get out on 69 highway with a shovel and start shoveling your van out?
Depends how much of a badass you are. If you're Matt Foley, maybe you got to get that thing back down by the river.
You do, but this one, God love you, man. I don't know how you're getting that thing out for the next month. You're going to have to seriously go there at a time of day when it's dark out and nobody's driving. Like when we come to work, because there's not a lot of people on the road, you could probably dig yourself out then. But it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Call Jay's Southland Tow. They'll pull you out of that thing.
No doubt. So we talked about this earlier because of the importance of this player. Trey Smith, contract, yes, no, maybe. You think absolutely slam dunk, don't even think about it twice?
Well, in a perfect world, yeah. And I know we don't live in a perfect world, but Trey Smith is one of those guys who is going to come up for contract at the end of the season, and I guarantee you he's going to get a bag from somebody, right? Somebody out there is going to pay a bag, and it may not be here in Kansas City. And I was kind of getting to the point in time where I'm like, okay, I'm kind of resigned to the fact that Trey may not be here long term and whatnot. But after seeing this stat yesterday, I kind of went, whoa, maybe you do have to rethink your offseason priorities if you're the Kansas City Chiefs and sign Trey Smith to a long-term deal. Because the 33rd team said there are 10 offensive linemen that played at least 500 pass-blocking snaps without allowing a sack this season. Number 1, Joe Thuney, 665 pass snaps. Number 2, Creed Humphrey, 665 pass snaps. And number 3, Trey Smith, 665 pass snaps. The 3 best pass protectors in the NFL are Joe Thuney, Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, combining to allow 0 sacks of Patrick Mahomes this season. Think about how good they had to be on the interior, knowing what was anchoring them down on the tackle positions as well. These guys in the middle were outstanding for this regular season. And while I do believe that somebody's going to give Trey Smith the bag, maybe that somebody should be us, because I don't know that there's a logical replacement. Tooney's a free agent after next season. And then you may be down to just Creed Humphrey in the interior of your offensive line, and you still need to fix both tackle positions.
Yeah, because, they drafted Wanye and Kingsley Suamataia on that line. We don't know what they're going to be.
Are you ready to commit to either one of those guys?
No. Not yet. Another year under their belt, maybe a little bit of, self-deprecation and a little bit of humility might rebuild them a little bit more in the offseason, because it's like, look, dude, they had to move a guard over to play your position that you were drafted for. That's, I don't know what that does.
But who knows what I'm not ready to commit to them. If you were to say right now, maybe they'll have a good offseason. They might. Yeah. But I'm not ready to put my quarterback in harm's way.
Where I'm different with this topic that I was in 7 o'clock is this is where we always tell people you just trust Veach.
Yeah.
And you always watch the drafts the year before. And I am a little bit interested in do you trust Veach to go find another Trey Smith? Do you trust Veach in finding another Creed Humphrey?
And that's a great point where Clark Hunt may say, sorry.
I got this guy as a resume builder that you can look at. Found L'Jarius Sneed in the 4th round. Found Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round. Got Trent McDuffie, that a lot of people think is a steal in the drafts. That thought when they got him late in that 1st round, it was wow, McDuffie was still there. And it's Veach knew that everybody was going to go there and people were going to do this. And so that's I wonder, you found Trey Smith late in the draft, obviously fell because of the heart condition.
No, blood clotting.
Blood clot, I'm sorry. Yeah. And that was the linebacker at Alabama that ended up going to San Francisco that I was thinking of.
Who was that?
Oh, gosh. I can't remember his name. It's a linebacker, San Francisco, heart condition, or no. It was a middle linebacker for the Chiefs. What was that guy's name?
You talking about Justin Houston dropping to the 2nd round because he smoked weed?
No, what was the guy that had an enlarged heart that got drafted by Dallas?
The Grinch?
And the Chiefs got him. He played linebacker. A lot of people didn't like him. Can't remember his name. He ended up either.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. You're talking about the guy from Iowa, Anthony Hopkins.
Anthony Hopkins? Chianti and Fava beans.
Who was the guy that played middle line? Anthony Hitchens.
Yep. Hitchens, I think, had the enlarged heart as well. Right. Yeah, I think so. I could be wrong. We got one?
Oh, we got one.
Oh. Is it from the 816?
Yep, coming from the 816. Thank you, Coach. That's a misleading stack. Everyone blitzes on the outside, and they attack the tackles. You play on the NFL's offensive line and not give up a sack this year. See how overrated a stat that is.
Yeah. Somebody said, if you thought the French toast haters were bad, now you're talking about Veach. Just wait until Veach haters start chiming in.
You remember he drafted that guy out of Notre Dame once. It was no good. Breland Speaks.
LMFAO, the Grinch. Yeah, that's not good. His heart, it can't get that big, that fast. You need to talk to your medical advisor. But no, it also brings up the question, like, if Trey Smith gets a lot of money, we know Trent McDuffie is going to get a lot of money. Who are the two guys out? Is it Leo and Nick Bolton? Is it Cook and Karlaftis? Like, are they bringing Karlaftis back? Do they give him that 2-year extension so they avoid all that? Or
he's got a fifth-year option,
and he's in year 4.
Right, so he's got some time yet. Year 3, yeah, you don't need to worry about him. Trent McDuffie, you want to sign. You wanted to sign him last year.
Who gets signed first, McDuffie or Trey Smith?
Oh, I would say McDuffie does, because I don't know that the Chiefs are going to sign Trey Smith. I just get a feeling on that one, right? Like, the Chris Jones thing took a long time last year. That affected a lot of stuff that this organization wanted to do in a perfect world. It's hard for me to say that Trey Smith is going to be a Chief next year. It's hard for me because
I get it logically, financially.
You win 3 rings. Is a ring really important anymore? You've got 3,
but also family, organization. Like, you might hate life if you go somewhere else.
You do run that risk. Talk to Tyreek. Talk to L'Jarius. Talk to these guys that went elsewhere. But if
you think Tyron's having as much fun?
No.
Yeah.
But Tyron still lives here, which is cool.
Think Travarius Ward's having fun watching McCole Hardman score a game-winning touchdown in front of his face?
Probably not. But I think like if you're a guy that's won 3 championships, I've talked to many athletes over the years who say there's 2 goals in life: championships and money. Mm-hmm. And once you have one, you go chase the other.
That's why I think the narrative around Hopkins is that he'll retire if they win. I think DeAndre Hopkins will be like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I've been paid. I got my ring. Or maybe not. Maybe he gets signed by a team that gives him a 2-year deal.
Maybe.
From the 816, that Tooney stat is impressive because it includes the move to left tackle, I assume. That's from Zach.
I'm guessing it says they Andrew Wiley's on that top 10 list too.
Shout out Washington.
Yeah, it includes his tackle snaps.
Okay. That is impressive.
Okay, so that guy that was saying that they attacked the tackles, Joe Tooney still didn't give up a sack. Right?
Take that, Richard. Just kidding. Be nice.
But I think once you get 3 rings, great.
Hell, if I had 2, I'm good.
Yeah, 1.
Well, that's what Tyreek did.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Then went and took the bag.
Now he's got more kids than money.
That's right. And more kids than,
French toast.
Yeah.
Just kidding. There's a song called Brett Veach Town. Are we going to come up with a song called Breach Boys Town? I don't know. Who knows? Coming up on the other side, we'll dive into more stuff here in Sports World. 96.5 The Fan, you're on for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're going to make a resolution to improve your health. But if you're feeling sluggish and low energy, if your sleep patterns are off, if you've been working out and aren't seeing the gains you used to see, making that resolution may not be so easy. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're feeling the way I just described, we can likely help you with that resolution, because those symptoms probably mean you're suffering with low testosterone. And at Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating this condition. With our low T protocols, if you're like most men, the change will astound you. You'll feel more energy and better mental clarity, your sleep will improve, your workouts will be better, and you'll likely find your sex drive goes up as well. So call us today and get treated for your low T. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident? Call Jay Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all. Be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 18.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Back at it on what would you say today was Wednesday here on Fescoe and Dusty. Dusty's out in the bullpen telling everybody about what happened to him yesterday. If you missed the beginning of the show, do yourself a favor. Go back and listen to the first segment of the show today because Dusty got scammed yesterday. And jerks. Kind of let everybody know how he got scammed, what he got scammed with. And the whole 9 yards. So go download the first segment of the show today, and you'll understand what happened to Dusty yesterday and why he's out here telling everybody about what happened yesterday. Because if you've ever been scammed by one of these phone scams, you know what it's all about. Give credit where credit's due on the text line, Mac, from the 816. Okay. Trey Smith would likely prefer to stay if the money is equal, but another team will give him an offer too good to pass up. He was a 6th-round pick. He has money to make up from Joe and Gladstone. 100%. Yeah, it's 100%. And that's what I continue to fall back on when I look at Trey Smith. I'm not trying to be like a Debbie Downer, if you will. I'm just kind of looking at the reality. And the reality is Trey's one of the best, if not the best right guard in the NFL. Trey Smith should have been a 1st-round pick, lost out on money there, had to settle for 6th-round money, which isn't a whole heck of a lot in the NFL, has won 2 and now potentially a 3rd championship. Trey wants to get paid. We all do in our jobs, right? You work your ass off. You want to get paid. You become one of the best at what you do. And that's where Trey Smith is right now. And so I think the way that I would look at it, I think we're all the same. Like, you won 3 championships. Now it's time to go get the championship check. It's just, that's reality. That's life. And now I would love, for all things being equal, as we all like to say, like Joe and Gladstone did, I'd like it for all to be equal. But at the end of the day, it's just not. It's just not. You've got your rings in one hand.
Yep.
Now you got to go eat your money in the other. And that's a perfect NFL career.
This says fleece Tennessee in another trade and send Trey there for a College State.
They would overpay.
Oh, yeah.
They would.
For
They
sure.
would want
New
him back.
GM.
I-65.
You just drafted a quarterback, probably need somebody protecting. But we're going to take a first and a compositional third.
Yeah. 913. Chiefs have leverage on re-signing players because they can show them the Tyreek situation and prove that the grass isn't greener on the other side. You're right about that, but that's just not reality.
A lot of that's personality too. Like they knew that guy was a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, exactly. Like they parted with him at the perfect time.
Yeah, they knew it. And as soon as he left, he started a podcast, started trashing people. Then there's just that's a different one.
Like you're right. Like ask DJ on Monday. Well, like the 15 minutes that he played for the Raiders, just dreaded every minute of going into that building and how awful it was. Right? Like there are places that aren't great.
Randy Moss is on top of the world, Minnesota. Goes to Oakland, terrible. Goes to New England. Hello.
Hey, it's all about organization, but it's all about organization too. I mean, and how you're run as an organization. The Vikings were run as a good organization. Then the Raiders are the Raiders, and then you go to New England. Which
too bad we can't interview DeAndre Hopkins. I'd love to hear how he feels about Tennessee compared to Kansas City.
Right.
I mean, I get it. Quarterback plays insanely better, but it's like, hey, dude, how do you feel? You don't even have to play all the time. And yet you can just do this. Oh, okay, fair. Sounds good. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, so each organization is different. Everybody will. But you know what? Until Andy Reid got here, nobody was telling great stories about the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, what a gap that was. Like people, it's so annoying when people are like, oh yeah, sure you're a Chiefs fan now. I'm like, do you want to go back? Do you want to take it back?
And that's the most, like, I've seen a lot of those memes on X, formerly Twitter.
Yeah.
And I will just say this. If you're posting and people are posting that stuff about nobody was a Chiefs fan before Patrick Mahomes, blow it out your ass.
Yeah, beat that ass.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny. Like, there are people that I've ran into, like, when I've gone to, like, St. Louis to visit my buddy, or if I've gone other places and, like, hung out with people, and they're like, Chiefs fan? Yeah, must be nice. I'm like, ask me anything, man. Like, how long you been a Chiefs fan? I was like, I don't know, since I was 6. I was like, my first game I ever went to, they lost and I cried. They're like, oh, really? What happened? I'm like, Len Elliott. They're like, okay, enough. If you're pulling names like that out of your hat, we don't need to talk anymore. I was like, okay. Kyle Orton, Tyler Thigpen,
people
Brody
like
Coyle,
Max age, who are their early 20s, they don't no, because that's their life.
Yeah, like, sorry, like, Mac had to watch the Romeo Cornell years and then got right into the Mahomes years. So,
Do you even remember the Vermeil years? Be honest.
It'd be 2000, 2003?
1 to 5.
1 to 5?
Yeah.
No.
You don't remember the Vermeil years at all. I remember
bits and pieces, but no.
Nothing.
He knows about the teams, but that's not like
but
he
what's
didn't
your
live
first real team that you remember?
Oh, boy, Todd Haley.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a real Chiefs.
So you don't remember Herm Edwards even?
Like 07, probably 06, 07.
That's Herm.
That's Herm, yeah.
07's that year they played the Colts and they scored first and
then
they never scored again. No. Yeah, maybe.
06 was Herm's first year. They backdoored into the playoffs against the Colts.
Yeah, and I'm remembering some things about that for sure. And then by 08, I'm like in. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Memory set. Boom. I'm
what
here.
got you in then?
Dude,
by 08, I was
Sickness.
in. So, yeah, like if you're Max age, no, you don't have. Look, I don't even know what the 80s were like, and I'm pushing 48.
Could you imagine being a 10-year-old right now as a Chiefs fan?
You don't know anything but this.
That's what being a
my
Chiefs fan
kids.
is.
You got Bobby Witt Jr. and Patrick Mahomes for the rest of your life.
No, I mean, my kids. That's what they envision it as every year, that we're going to the Super Bowl, and this is the way it is. Like when the Bengals beat us and didn't go to like explain that to a child. But that's where we're supposed to be. Yeah, but it doesn't work like that every year. That's why you got to enjoy what's going on. Like I love talking to Binkley about the old days where he actually dated a gal. I don't know if you've ever heard this story, who had season tickets. Binkley dated a gal who had Chiefs season tickets, and the only reason he dated her is because she had Chiefs season tickets.
That's a Seinfeld episode. I've seen it. I'm kidding.
It may be.
That could be a Seinfeld episode.
But Binkley, like, he used to, date this girl because she had season tickets to the Chiefs when, they were a dime a dozen. Then Carl Peterson came in, they created tailgating, they turned this thing around, and basically since 1990, it's been the greatest place in the world to watch a football game. But don't sit here and say, oh, you don't know what it's like to be a fan of a bad team. No, we do here in Kansas City. Like, up until 2015, we didn't really have much to cheer about in this town.
Somebody says, Dante Hall made me watch every game. That's when a Die Hard started. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, when he did that run against the Broncos in whatever year that was, 02, 03, whatever it was, with the cover of the sports page the next day was his exact route all over the entire page. Like, yeah, I mean, again, I'm kind of on that page. Like, once Vermeil got here, like, I vaguely remember Montana lying helpless on that Buffalo field.
I vaguely remember Montana. That was 30 years ago, 31 years ago.
So I don't really remember that. Like I said, Lynn Elliott's the first memory I had of, like, really the Chiefs and, like, all that sort of stuff. And, like, in the 90s Chiefs, man, like, this was a question. When I knew that I wanted to do something like this, I would go around, like, parties at, like, you know, family Christmas parties, and I would ask people, I say, what's going to happen first? The Royals win a World Series.
Oh, that was a great talk radio topic.
And I was doing this at age 10. And everybody unanimously would answer, Chiefs, 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 Chiefs. I mean, this was the tough stretch of the Royals.
And the Royals did it for us. Well, there goes that topic.
And then almost immediately, the Chiefs see the success the Royals have, and they're like, we want a little bit of that, and they took it all.
And they did, but that did. I mean, people, you know, want to argue or whatnot, but I know for a fact the Royals winning the World Series motivated the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
I've had people in the organization tell me, like, there's this story that I've shared numerous times when the Royals won the World Series, or maybe it was in 14, or they won a playoff series and fireworks were going off, and Andy was sitting in his office and he looked across at a young scout at the time by the name of Brett Veach and said, why does this happen to every baseball team where I go? Because they went to Philly and they won the World Series. They didn't get a Super Bowl. The Royals are in the World Series in 2 years and the Chiefs aren't doing anything. And he's like, is it ever going to be our time? Not to steal the Royal slogan, but Andy's like, are we ever going to get this done, man? Like, everywhere we go, the baseball team does well. And then, you know, so they use that as motivation to get, Travis will tell you that as well. They saw the parade. They saw what it was like. They're like, all right, let's go. We want this to be red, not just blue. And they committed to it, and they put their mind to it, and they went out there and they got it done. So these people who sit here and go, oh, it must be nice to be a Chiefs fan. There were 50 years of losing, bro.
I mean, we can go back to 2012. That's like one of the worst seasons of my life. Isn't that the 2-14?
Look, I tell people all the time that is the worst single season in the history of any NFL franchise. Yeah. And people say the Lions went, oh, you didn't have a murder-suicide.
Lord. Yeah. I mean, and the best running back in football just absolutely getting zero shine. Rushing for 5.2 average carry. I mean, we always do that. Like, you know, who would you like to see come back on, the Chiefs team? Like, everyone always says, oh, I'd love to see Derek Thomas on this team, or I'd love to see Jamal Charles on this team, right? Like, you get those sort of, like, pendulum swings. And it's like, if there was a Chiefs player or coach that today that plays or coaches in the league that you'd like to see come back for a second
chance.
Or like a second chance, showing, who is that guy?
Yeah, because the Jets are giving Rex Ryan that opportunity, it sure seems like.
I hope not. I knew you saw that text.
So that was texted in. Somebody had that CD.
Yeah.
I played that. I would have loved to have seen Marty win a championship here in Kansas City. Could you imagine? Or Vermeil winning a championship here in Kansas City.
Would it be as sweet today?
No, God, no. But then it would have been like to see Marty overcome all those demons, or Vermeil win that championship, because he says
he got one, but it was the St. Louis.
Yeah, it doesn't really count. I jest, but
I mean, if Vermeil won a Super Bowl here, you wouldn't see him not crying for about 2 weeks.
Oh, it would have been like,
and he'd be drinking a ton of wine.
Oh, hell yes, he would. But see,
loves the wine.
He'll tell you to this day his biggest regret is not winning a championship for Lamar, and they had that opportunity in 2003, and they
13-3
totally forgot that. Oh, you need a defense, and that was when Greg Robinson was telling everybody they got to play for the Beaver, and everybody loves the Beaver, and you got to play for the Beaver, play hard for the Beaver, and he had a stuffed beaver on the sideline, and the guys on the team are like, You have a stuffed beaver.
Yeah.
Not playing for the beaver. The beaver, he said, was the hardest working animal in the world, and he wanted his players to be like the beaver. Play for the beaver.
Pretty tough animal.
This was 20 years before we knew about the honey badger.
Yeah.
So to give somebody another opportunity, I'd love to give Matt Castle another opportunity too to play here in a situation of normalcy. That dude was like the child between divorced parents, and I'm talking about Pioli and Haley. What a bleep show that was with those two.
Yeah,
and Castle was in the middle of it.
Wasn't he like growing his hair out and spite at a time?
Beard.
Yeah,
beard. He's growing a beard. He looked like a homeless man.
Yeah, he was, and like it was kind of like well known that Pioli was like, I like a good, clean, like.
Well, it was Clark. I think he was taking shots at the time.
Oh gosh, you go after the owner.
Could have been both. I can't remember.
Marcus Peters about that.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
you go after the owner, you'll be gone on a charter about 2 weeks.
Yeah. No, I think that's what it was. Take a shot at Pioli. Take a shot at Clark. Take a shot just at everybody.
Yeah, I just remember being kind of younger, and I just remember being like, somebody was talking about it at like a family thing, and they're like, "Yeah, he's growing his hair out in spite." I'm like, "What does that mean?" Like nowadays people do that because it's No Shave November. Like now people just grow beards. Oh, you did shave, nice. And the thing going thick the other day.
Oh, I did. Yeah,
it was thick.
Yeah. I was like, he's gonna keep it.
Nah, about
Today,
15 days.
I liked it. I thought it was good.
Nah, I don't. I just.
Does it get itchy?
You guys looked more like butt buddies then. I don't know, but
Okay. All right. We're the Breach Boys.
that's my fault. My fault.
Okay.
From the 913, Castle was the coolest guy ever. Ran into him at the Waste Management Open a few years ago. Super awesome. Yes, I agree.
I have heard stories about Castle being a good dude.
I love Matt Castle. We had a great relationship.
Once you
The
marry
last time I played golf was in his golf tournament. I threw my clubs away.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Is that right? Oh, you hated it?
Oh, it's awful. He's like, would you play in this thing? I'm like, all right. It was not good. I just want to win, Jen.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if I could have anybody come back at another chance, I want to see Alex Smith as a coach.
Oh, as a coach.
So here's my hot take that I've had for several years. If Matt Nagy gets a job, I want Alex Smith to be the offensive coordinator.
Why would Alex Smith want to do that, though?
I don't think so.
Man.
I know. I get that. He's exceptional on ESPN game day.
Fantastic.
I mean, they put him in the middle spot for a reason.
Yeah.
Right?
He's great.
He's fantastic. And he's really, really good. Really good analysis. Knows what he's talking about, obviously. Very
And he's
intelligent.
just calm. He's not screaming at you.
No. Like, they had all of them on there this past Sunday, and I was watching it, and I was, like, talking to my buddy, and I'm like, dude, Alex Smith's, like, really good at this. He's like, no, he's, like, one of the better ones. I'm like, yeah. And then I'm thinking to myself, man, if Nagy leaves, I get it. You could probably go get Kafka, which is who a lot of people were, like, thinking about. But, like, the history with Mahomes and Nagy and Reed is evidently obvious now that we know the story about Nagy being like, here's what he's going to ask you. Just right here, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. Not that you're going to need to do much, but just right there's the place. Okay, friendship, engaged, we're good.
Those two have a relationship like none other, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I'm
like,
talking about Matt and Patrick.
Yeah, they're super close.
Yeah.
Like, super close. And Matt Nagy got to be there for 1 year without seeing him flourish. And then it was like the last game he actually played, Andy's like, actually, I'm going to call plays real quick. Yeah. It's like, damn it, dude. I just went one time.
Yeah.
And then they sent him off. But no, I think that when you look at that, what Alex Smith's relationship is with Patrick Mahomes and what Alex Smith could prove, like maybe TV gets boring. I don't know. I doubt it.
He's probably making more money on TV than he would make being a coach and a lot less hours and time commitment.
Well, and he's already made a ton of money because Washington was the one good thing that older organization did is they gave him all of his contract in full once that leg snapped and he went almost died.
But also the Chiefs did a great job of setting him up to get that opportunity too.
Correct.
You know?
And him as the offensive coordinator, and let's say that as good as he is on TV, he becomes that good in real life because what do you always hear Patrick Mahomes say? I give Alex a ton of credit to why my career is the way it is. Was I born with a God-given talent? Probably face first? Yes, absolutely. Arm first, probably. And the thing about that is like, if it does work out, then all of a sudden when Mahomes is 35 and Alex Smith is however old, and Andy Reid says, all right, boys, I'm out. I've won 6 Super Bowls. We won a 3-peat. Alex, here's the keys to the car. And how sports ironic would that be that Alex Smith was the starter, Mahomes was the backup, to be the head coach or the starter of the franchise moving forward and just completely cure dominance in the NFL?
Yeah, I think, look, I think Alex Smith would make a great head football coach.
Absolutely.
I don't know anything about his X's and O's or his play calling ability. That dude just based on what we know about Patrick Mahomes, that's the type of person you want as your head coach. Somebody that is a leader, that is willing to teach, that is willing to go out there and give everybody else the credit. What have you ever heard Alex Smith take credit for Patrick Mahomes? Like, anytime he's asked about it, he always tries to kind of poo-poo it. He doesn't make a big deal out of it. That's a leader.
It's also a guy that's humble and quiet, which is what you love about a head coach. Like, Andy Reid is so respected because you don't hear or see Andy Reid. Like, anytime Andy Reid does have some sort of, like, antics on the sideline, like when he shouts or laughs, it's like 2 or 3 times a year.
And I think that matters.
And it's because it's like you never see that because he's so cool, calm, and collected and knows what he needs to do.
Like, if Q ever erupts in the dugout,
you'll never see that. And in fact, we only saw it once when we got ejected this year, which was hilarious.
The best part of that whole ejection story is that he was on with Josh and I that morning. And we're like, get ejected today. We're going to the game. It'd be cool, right? He got ejected that day. And Josh texts him as he's walking off the field and goes, hey, we got a seat up here. Do you know how many people on X were like texting and sending us messages going, is he coming up to the crowd? Is Q going to sit in the stands? Like, you could not have scripted it any better. Comes on with us that morning and go, get ejected today, man. Do something cool.
Right.
And he got ejected that day. And everybody's waiting for this guy to come up into the crowd. He never did.
Mac, you like that theory? Alex Smith, offensive coordinator, then takes over the reins as coach? That'd be awesome.
Be amazing.
But that's why when Andy Reid gets mad, it matters. Like, these people who want you to flip the spread and scream and yell, think about yourself.
Yeah, like, imagine, like, I don't know. I didn't grow up with Raul Ibanez, but imagine when he was like, hey, everybody, shut up and listen. Or if Alex Gordon never got pissed, everyone's like, oh, God.
Right. But if it's the guy who yells all the time,
yeah, like
who
Moose,
were we talking about earlier? Moose, yeah.
Yeah, like Moose always yells. Like, and I mean, I get it. Like when he was in the,
but that changed things in Houston.
There's a time and place,
right?
Like when you're not yourself and you need that one guy that's the red aspect. Hey, everybody, get your head out of your ass and start doing what we know how to do. And then all of a sudden, it's like, okay, I got behind that.
Who were we talking about earlier that we said, oh God, his act is wearing thin and. God, it may have been off the air. It wasn't Rex Ryan, I don't think, but it was somebody in that. And you and I were kind of talking about, oh, God, that guy's act is wearing thin. All he does is yell at people.
Oh, I don't know.
I can't remember now. It's been so long. Yeah, well, maybe we did talk about it on air. If somebody remembers, let us know.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't remember.
Can't remember your passwords. Hell, can't remember this.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, do you remember your Apple iCloud password? I'm like, no. Do you remember your Facebook password when you were 17? Absolutely not.
Do you remember your Max password that you created yesterday?
Yeah. I just had to redo my Odyssey password. I still don't know what it is now. I gotta go see the engineer after this because everything's so, I don't know.
But we were talking about somebody. We're like, oh God, it's the act is wearing thin, the yelling, the screaming all the time.
Maybe it is Rex Ryan.
Maybe it was
because I was like, I don't think the Jets players want to play for that. Like he'd just go in there and start yelling and cussing those guys.
Yeah. You guys did say that
because I think that works in a time and place to be like I'll take my father for example. My father was very calm spoken, very intelligent, but like I knew when my dad was pissed. Like it was kids. It's like, oh, that's the dad voice. That's the voice that you know something's up. Or even my stepdad, very well, calm spoken, everything. Stepmom, same way. Mother, same way. They were all that way. They were all just like, hey, let's go. And then when it was that octave that went a little lower, a little deeper, you were like, okay.
We just screamed at my house all the time. So
makes sense.
Get out of here!
That's right. You're describing Dan Campbell.
No,
he's more like a rah-rah guy. I don't know if he's a scream and yell guy. I know that sounds very similar, but there are differences.
No, there are.
Like Ray Lewis was a rah-rah guy. Mike Moustakis was a yell and scream guy. Mike Matheny's yell and scream guy. That's a guy I wouldn't want to play for. We lost again. It's game 2.
It's
got 160 left, dude. Amp it down. Go play in your slow pitch softball league and crank bombs, even though they're outs. That is a personal experience I apologize for. Nick Sirianni, good example. Coming up on the other side, Smash or Pass, Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Leggett. You are listening to 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Karen with Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Ready to replace that roof? We have flexible financing options, 12 months same as cash, and don't make a payment for 90 days. And that's just one of many options we offer. Get on the schedule now with our in-house Consumer Credit Center. One call does it all for flexible payment options, affordability, and peace of mind. visit shamrockroofer.com. That's shamrockroofer.com or call 1-866-932-3545 today.
Buying and selling a home is stressful. You want the best team on your side, and that's my friend Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. To find the current value of your home, go to homesforsaleandkc.com. Click on the button, How Much Is Your Home Really Worth? Then the Sharp Homes team can give you options. If you want to skip the showings and open houses, you can do that with their instant offer program. Contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp. Google Sharp Homes team or visit them at homesforsaleandkc.com.
After 30 years of doing knee and hip replacements, Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup thought there had to be a better way, and that led him to regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it.
Now, after 20 years of successful orthobiologic treatments, lots of clinical data, research, and teaching, Dr. Scheinkup is National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
They've done an amazing job of becoming the most significant orthobiologic and regenerative medicine practice in the United States. QC is so far ahead of the game in its science, its protocols, its people, its facilities.
So if you have chronic pain from arthritis and you want to avoid drugs and surgery, call the experts in this revolutionary field, QC Kinetics.
To give patients real lasting relief from pain, that's what I live for. That's my mission.
Get your free consultation now. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
Your skin tells a story. At KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, we understand that stress, time, and life can leave their mark, but it's never too late to refresh, renew, and restore your skin. With 25 expert providers across multiple locations, we make glowing skin easy. Same week appointments? Absolutely. Select Saturday appointments available? You got it. From medical dermatology to advanced aesthetic treatments, we're here to help you look and feel your best. Schedule your appointment today at kmcpa.com. KMC Dermatology and Med Spa. Beyond the surface.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
'Cause I saw Tiger, now I understand. I saw Tiger, and Tiger saw me.
Should be the new Missouri Tigers theme song.
I like it. You know, we were talking about cringe earlier.
Yeah,
This is cringe.
Tiger King. Guess what, mother truckers?
But what's his name that was the coach there back in the day? Quinn Snyder, when he was filmed in the locker room singing Eye of the Tiger.
I love Quinn Snyder.
I do too. 100%. That dude was one of the coolest cats ever. He came into the radio station one day, spent the whole day with us, like, best time ever.
That's cool.
And that was when I had just gotten out of KU, and I'm like, this guy better than Roy Williams.
I think it's funny that in the documentary that people were surprised that he was lip syncing. You really think that's
What?
Oh yeah, have you not watched it?
People are surprised
that he was lip. They thought it was actually him.
That's crazy.
Have
I
you seen
forgot
the
about
doc?
that. Yeah.
Go back and watch it. It's fun.
It's been 4 years. Yeah, 5 years now. Yeah, I
Go
don't
to the
remember.
garage. Immediately go to
Tiger King.
Tiger King. Tell me you're not having.
Is that still up there?
Oh, sure.
Why would it not
Yeah,
be, dude?
it's true.
Go to the well. Like, I bet there's still people probably haven't even seen it yet.
How did you, I don't see a lot, but I'm not one of these. How did you not see this? But, that was one where I felt like it was, required for your next paycheck to come to watch Tiger King. That's how many people watched that thing. Everybody was watching it.
We'll do Smash or Pass tomorrow. We were just trying to tease it there for you for playoff food menu items. I am interested in this, so we need your text, what you're doing for Saturday and Sunday, because obviously, we're not going to bury our heads in sand and not watch. That's what the reporter that asked McVay about that? Are you going to watch any scoreboard watching?
Oh my God, yes.
No, I'm going to bury my head in sand and not care. Okay, my bad.
What a dumb question. So you can sit around and watch football?
Yeah.
No, we're good. We're going to go out and, have a night on the town.
Yeah.
And, we're
I would have a night on the town if I
playoffs.
was married to his wife.
He's awesome. I love
He
that
is
guy.
great.
He has a photographic memory, though. He's like him, Bill Self, Patrick Mahomes, those three guys, man.
Yeah, so when Andy retires, just go get McVay and bring him over. He'll only be 40. Be great, dude. That'd be awesome. They can't keep getting away with it.
People would the NFL fandom would just absolutely lose their mind.
The takes would be hilarious. I mean, it'd be awesome. So Smash or Pass will be tomorrow. Also, don't forget, we have made some playoff T-shirts thanks to our friends over at Gates Barbecue. So be on the lookout on how to get these next week. And don't forget to get Gates Barbecue for your tailgate, or if you're watching at home this weekend.
Look at this.
Is this more fires? Yeah, it looks like it looks like a Christopher Nolan movie, dude.
I mean, oh my gosh.
Or the opening scene of Terminator 2. Yeah, it's not good. If you're down bad, there's a lot of people that are down bad right now in California.
Yeah, it's bad out there.
Dude. It's terrible. And I'm starting to know why you say don't watch the news.
Oh God, yeah, it's
tough.
Oh, it's awful.
So I don't know, how do you watch? Somebody says, when I saw Snyder saw man. Damn it, I love it. I love it. Lance, never seen Tiger King. Okay. I bet you watched Monday Night Raw the other night on January 6th.
Yeah.
You can't watch Tiger King. Damn it, Lance.
I'm with Cam on the text line for a little bit of it. Plan for this weekend is to watch stress-free football games. Yep, that's what it is for me.
Yeah,
and then he goes on to say eat copious amounts of food. I think I'm still capped from the holidays.
Dude, you were right. That Caesar salad from Costco is money.
I'm capped.
Oh, okay. You're capped. That doesn't mean the same thing anymore.
My belly is capped. I have no more room.
Oh, I thought you were saying cat. Okay. Yeah.
No.
That's it.
That's cap.
That's a blended millennial Gen Z.
No. My belly is capped.
No, stomach is capped.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't you come to my buddy Paul's wine store and you can get booze instead of food?
Can't fit that in there that much either.
Well, I'll get you another one of those Undenbergs.
Oh, yeah. All right.
It tastes like ass, but hey, man, we're the ass guys.
Right. We are the Ass Brothers.
That's right. If you missed that, have fun going back on the podcast. Trust me, you'll know exactly when it happens. I'm with Cam on that. A lot of nervous.
I like
football.
Stress-free football.
Great.
I like sitting down on
Damn
Saturday.
It, we earned it.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. You're right about that. Hell yes, we earned it. But no, I like sitting down and watching the playoffs when my team is not playing. I know they're still alive, but they're not playing. This weekend's going to be great just to kind of watch, hang out, enjoy the games. And then Monday gets here, and then we're preparing.
Yeah, Cam came back and said, I've also been plowing for the last 5 days. I hope snow. Hopefully not. So I haven't been able to sit down and eat a proper meal in days. I'm starving.
You owe it to yourself, brother.
Go to Jersey Mike's. Go to Hy-Vee.
You owe it to yourself, yeah. No, I get that. You haven't eaten in 5 days, but I feel like I've been eating for 5 weeks.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. A lot of garage. Obviously won't be spending a whole lot of money. So probably starting OnlyFans. I'm kidding. But no, I think this is one of those weekends where it's still going to be cold, but you probably I don't know how many people are, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who are probably already burnt out of the crock pot heavy meals.
Well, because the way the snow day fell too, right after everybody just had the holiday break and all that, and then you have 3 more days tacked onto it. I think people are going to want to get out this weekend.
Oh, yeah. I got out Monday afternoon. I was I got to get out of the house. I got to go do something, shovel the driveway, clean the car off. And I was like, I texted
Jen earlier. I said, I'm going to shovel the back today. She's like, why? I'm like, just because I want to.
She goes, it's Wednesday.
Yeah. But they're going to get out of the house and do whatever they need to do.
Yeah, my stepdad's neighbor said that his daughters were out shoveling driveways.
My youngest daughter's boyfriend, shout out Mason on this one. This kid made over $100 shoveling driveways the other day. I'm like, I didn't know kids still existed that shovel driveways.
What's he doing? Charging $20?
I don't know.
Should be making way over 100. I'm not trying to, shoot
But it was a foot of snow. How many driveways can an eighth grader get through?
One driveway, $100.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Or I'd be like $50, and then they're like, absolutely not. I'm like, all right, have fun doing it. And then I bet it's like a car dealership. Like, hey, $50, I'll shovel your driveway. I'm not interested. Okay,
I used to get like 20
inches.
to 30 to shovel when I was a kid. We had a couple elderly neighbors. And my mother claims, I don't buy it at all. She says, I used to have to go back over there and do it right after you were done. I'm like, no, you did not. Because I have OCD. I made sure there was no lines of snow on that driveway and everything. You never had to go back over there. So I would make like about $50 for doing 2 driveways back in the 80s and 90s. That was good money back then.
You didn't have a whole lot of bills.
No, nothing.
You were buying
under 10. Baseball cards. That was about it.
Back when baseball cards were $1 and you could find them on the shelf. See?
Oh, hell yeah.
Now you can't find baseball cards anywhere.
No. But I give credit to them, because I didn't know those kids were still around that were going out and shoveling the driveways.
I mean, my buddy that I worked with forever, shout out to Bobby. His son one year made over made close to like $1,000 because him and his buddies just were like, I got the sidewalk, you got the driveway, and they went out and they just shoveled.
Yeah.
And he's like, what did he do with it? He bought shoes. Like, that's what he wanted. So it's like, hey, I'm not going to, this is money that you're not, you don't necessarily need.
Right.
But if you want something at that age, that's the narrative. If you want something, go work for it and get it.
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to tell them with the little jobs that they have and whatnot, not making a whole lot. But, you want those pair of Birkenstocks right now.
Yeah. Guess what? 2 driveways, you got them.
Yeah.
I mean, I just got scammed. I should probably go ask how many people got their driveways.
Well, True Green Thumb is texting in. He says his crews are still out. This has been brutal.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Most snow since 1993.
I mean, I think they said a top 4 snowstorm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still slow moving around out there, traffic. I know school is out.
Are they back tomorrow?
I think
Almost
tomorrow. Gotta be
sanity.
Tomorrow, yeah. Like sanity-wise, it's time, right?
And I will say that God bless those teachers that have to go teach tomorrow because they've been off too.
Yeah.
But they've got to deal with just a wild, emotional, tied up children that are coming.
To my wife this morning, and I'm being serious about that because I left today and she says, we're back tomorrow. 2-day weeks stink. I'm like, we had one last week. It was great. She goes, no, you don't understand. These kids are going to be wound up. It's going to be wild. Nobody's on their schedule.
I was a terrible student. I'll admit it. I still am a terrible person because I'm just you guys know, and every morning I come in here, I'm bouncing all over the walls. That was me my whole life. ADHD, OCD, whatever. And I can tell you for a fact, those kids already know the weekend's on the rise.
Yep.
Because time is irrelevant. And they've been away from their friends that they couldn't see, that they don't live in the same neighborhood. And now they're all going to be put in the same building where all these teachers who are actually grown-ass adults know how to do this. And it's like, okay. If it's me, it's a movie day Thursday, Friday, and it's a sheet of paper saying, all right, fill in the blanks. Because what are you going to accomplish in 2 days?
You're not.
You've been gone for a month.
You're right.
Yeah,
they've not had school since December 20th. Here it is. It's going to be, they're going to go back on the 9th of January.
February in 3 weeks.
Right. And then in 2 weeks, I know my wife we have the Martin Luther King Day holiday. Then they have a teacher in service day. So that's 2 days in Shawnee Mission that they're going to be out in 2 weeks.
How do you get into a rhythm?
You don't. And that's what sucks about all this. And kids, just like anybody, you need a routine.
Yeah, they need rhythm.
You need the routine, man.
You get a rhythm, I got the blues. You ever heard that Alan Jackson song?
Yeah, if you sing it, I might know it.
She's got the rhythm, I've got the blues. I can't touch AJ's voice, man. That's too damn good. Seen him. It's just too good. Somebody says on the text line from the 479, it's also funny that there are listeners who hate the show but listen every day. Y'all must be doing something right. Oh boy, are we. At least in my opinion, I think we are.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because I said before that this show sucks. Play the French Toast song. I kid. No! That song is like the bird song from that Family Guy episode. I'll be like Stewie Griffin.
Bird. Bird is a word. Hey, PETA, have you heard?
Yeah.
There's an orthological figure outside. Don't say it.
Yeah. I'm weird. I could have sworn that would have been in the headline. What would have been
I guess my wife just texted in. I teach elementary PE, and those 2 days are going to be nothing but going through expectations and whatnot. It's going to be brutal.
No, just wheel out the basketballs and dodgeballs and say,
Just let
knock
'em
yourself
run.
out,
Yeah.
kids, dude. Their parents will thank you. Why are you so worn out? PE teacher just treated us like hell. What did she do? Made us play dodgeball and basketball? You want to switch jobs?
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to Commerce Bank. I'm exhausted after today's show. What a
Good.
show today was. Shout out to Commerce Bank. Shout out to nice people. Shout out to the mean people. Shout out to the hateful people, because you have a chance to go do something nice for somebody today. You never know. I do, but it could change their month, day, week, or even their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay out there, stay kind, stay safe, stay warm. Coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew, 10 to 2.